あ、ちょっと待って。いけてるいけてるかないけてるか。ワニスー。ワニスでーす。ワスカイヤさん、待機ありがとうございます。ドトセさん、こんわにです。バルトさん、こんわにです。今日はですね、こちらの、ちょっと待って、俺がでかいね。縮みます。ちょっと待って、よいしょ。今日はね、こちらのゲーム、フォーガタンシティってやつをやっていこうかなと思っております。なんかね、ローマが舞台のゲームで、もともとスカイリムっていうゲームのモッドとして開発されていたんだけど、なんか、単独作品としてね、ゲームをリリースしたっていう経緯があるみたいで、どんなゲームなんだろうなーって楽しみにしてたんですよね。じゃあ、やっていこうかなと思います。あ、ちょっと待って。やっとその、鎧に合うゲーム。そうだね。マジでそう。ちょっとだけ待ってね。そう、俺ね、一応ローマ風のコスチュームだからね。よいしょ。ちょっとね、配信の準備します。しばらくお待ちください。どんなゲームなんだろうね。あんまり情報調べてないから。あ、すごい。ロゴも日本語になってる。だいぶ前にね、一回日本語入ってて、オブリの方はローマっぽかったけど、スカイリムの方なんだ。そうなんですよ。スカイリムのモッドらしくて。確かにオブリビオンの世界観はちょっとローマっぽいよね。というか、テートがね、テート関連がかなりローマ風の格好をしてるから。一応ね、ちょっとゲーム画面も録画したいなと思って準備してるんで、ちょっとだけ待ってください。OK。これでいけるか？あれ、画面映ってないんだけど。うーん。アプリ立ち上げ直すか？ちょっとだけ待ってくださいね。なんかエラー出てて。えーっと、やばいな。カメラの設定いじってて、顔映るとか絶対に避けたいよね。これでいけるか？一回差し直してみましたけど。帝国がローマまで、そうそうそうそう。そうなんですよ。ゲームの画面だけ録画したいと思ってたけど、あれだな。なんかちょっと微妙そうなんで、普通に録画機能使いますか？ Xbox の方の。よし、じゃあやっていきます。コンテンツ防止への、ネタバレ防止ご協力のお願い。ホワイトホールウェイより先のコンテンツを共有する場合は、事前にネタバレについて視聴者に警告してくださいですって。OK。じゃあ、ネタバレが来そうな時はネタバレ注意って言ったらいいんですかね。設定とかってなんかあるんですか？字幕大きめがいいな。字幕大きめの方が、特大まではいかないけど、ちょっと大きめにしますか。スマホとかでね、見てる人、多分ちょっと見づらいだろうから、ちょい大きめにしま、あ、特大だとね、開業バグるかな。もともと開業対してどれぐらい違うんだろう。まあ、大にしてみますか、とりあえず。で、ニューゲーム。楽しみっすね。3人のメンバーを中心に4年以上の、3人のメンバーを中心に。すごいよね。マルチエンディングなんだ。怖いな。 あんまいいルート行かないんだよね、俺マルチエンディングのゲーム適当に遊ぶからさ。すごい。あ、溺れてたのね。小銭とか漁るなよ。背景を選択してがっちりしてるのがいいな。これで選ぶのむずいな。どう違うの？あ、黒人か白人かってことこれ。どっちでもいいけどな。黒人にしちゃう？あ、でもなんか手の感じが違う。これ黒人ではないんか。どうしよう。あ、こっちにしようか。あ、肌のトーンね。ゲーム音小さめかな。オッケーあげます。こんなもんかな。こんなもんですよね。肌のトーンどうしようかな。まあ真ん中ですかね。プレイヤー、グラム。グ。いやー、予測変換で変なん出てこないかな。気をつけないとね。普段ろくなこと入力してないから、予測変換怖いな。OK。選択を保存し続ける。はい、どうぞ。どうして川で溺れてたか。選択肢が出ましたね。あ、これで、主人公の生い立ちが決まるっぽいですね。下になんか出てますね。考古学者、長年歴史を研究してきたあなたは、古代の世界について時折専門的な考察をすることができる。これ結構重要そうだな。軍人。軍が支給する銃を携行しているが、弾数は10発のみ。補給できる見込みはないため、発砲には慎重になる必要がある。溺れてたんだったらなんか火薬とかなんかね、ダメになってそうな気もするけど。逃亡者、これまで逃走を繰り返し、普通の人よりも速く走れるようになった。走る時の速度が 25% 速くなる。逃亡者の生い立ちも好き。記憶喪失、頭部に受けた外傷により痛みのが感じにくくなっている。許容するダメージの上限が 50% 上がる。異世回転性っぽいね、記憶喪失とかあると。どれにしよう。どれがいい？なんか考古学者の方がストーリーには広がりが見えてきそう。専門的な考察してくれるから。で、軍人はね、10発ってどんな感じなんだろうね。戦闘するシーンもあるっぽいスクリーンショット見かけたから、戦闘シーンで銃を使えるチャンスがあるのかな。でも、10発で補充もできないんだったらちょっとわかんないよね。で、逃亡者も 25% 速く走れるっていうのが、どれぐらい役に立つのかがあんまり想像できないし、なんかダメージ上限 50% は結構でかい気はするな。キャラスペックもここで決まるんですね。そうっぽいですね。どうしよう。何がいいかな。考古学者にしようかな。でも考古学者、まあまあ。お話ね、詳しく見たいし、考古学者にしてみますかね、今回は。
Oh, you're an archaeologist? Then you'll definitely want to hear this. I don't know if it's exactly what you're looking for, but there are some ruins just behind you. Roman, I think. I need you to go in there and see if you can find a guy named Al for me.
突然、溺れてた人、助けて言うことなのこれ。
I would have gone in after him, but he made me promise to stay here, no matter what. There's no way I'm leaving without him, so I'm just kind of stuck here, waiting. What I mean is, I was hoping you wouldn't mind going in there to find him.
まあ困ってそうですね。
If you can do that, I can get both of you back to civilization in my boat. Please?
まあ、そうだね。
Oh, of course. Sorry, I don't mean to be pushy. I just... What do you want to know?
そうだね、まずこの人が何なのか知りたいよね。
Oh, there's not much to tell. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute.
まず名を名乗ってほしいんだけど。やっぱそう思うよね。
Oh, I'd rather not say if it's all the same to you.
言いたくない？怖いね。なんか人に物頼む上で名前も名乗らないってすごい。あ、そうだね、一番上の選択肢が俺が思ってることだな。あ、言いたくない理由でもあるのかも知りたいな。でもまあそういうことなんだろうけど、ちょっと一番上にしようか。
All right, fine. Sorry if I sounded cagey. It's just that I don't always get
カ
the
レン
best reaction
カレン
when
さ
I
んね。
introduce myself. My name's Karen.
なんかひどい選択肢が一番下にあるな。面白いけど、まあとりあえず下ですかね。ちょっとすごい謎だったん
Look,
で。
if you really want to know all the tragic details, perhaps I can fill you in.
ああ、まあなんかあるんだね。ストーリー上関わる秘密っぽいな。そうだね、あるについても聞いておきたいね。
He's the guy who washed up on the riverbank not long before you did. I thought maybe you two knew each other. I guess not. But maybe the two of you can piece together what you're doing here. In any case, you'll like him, I'm sure. Once you find him, that
うー
is.
ん。まあ、あるも考古学的なことしてそうな感じなのかな。
You really don't remember?
イタ
Where
リ
in
ア、
Italy?
まあローマだ
This
もん
river
ね。
is the Tiber. Not much, really.
遺
But
跡は
imagine what you might find in there. Priceless ancient
遺
artifacts.
跡はマジで情報がないんだな。
What am I, an idiot? You could hike a long, long way in any direction and never find another soul. Trust me.
まあまあ行くしかなさそうですね。
Great. So you're ready to go look for Al?
やめておくって言ったらどうなるんだろう。ゲームオーバーかな。あー、へー、どうしよう。やめておく気になるけど、一回言ってみよ
Are you serious? I just saved your life, and you can't do this one little thing for me.
う。F ワード。
What kind of an Look, if you won't do it for me, do it for yourself. You want to know what you're doing here, right?
え、
My hero. The entrance is just past those columns behind you. Oh, and he left this here. But I think you'll need it more than that.
何を持ってんの？こんな用意がいいのちょっと逆に怪しい。あ、懐中電灯ね。まあ確かにすごいドンドンってめっちゃスカイリムというかエルダースクロールな感じするね。
Back already? What's up?
誰が参考ワニです。
Oh,
質問ってまだできんの？
What did you
も
wanna
う
know?
もうないよね。もうないね。
oh, there's... Oh. Look, if you really want to know all the tragic details, perhaps...
オッケーオッケー。大丈夫です。
Thanks again.
よーし、行ってみますか。十字キーの右で懐中電灯を照らす。結構ちゃんと光るね。プププってなんかなってる。何なんだろう。共にスカイリムを感じる。確かに、なんかね、やっぱ、元がスカイリムなんだなーって。てか、なんかでも会話はちょっとオブリビオンっぽいよね。正面に向き直るというか。何の音なんだろうこの辺にある音。この辺わかんないな。まあ、とりあえずマーカーの方に行けばいいか。遺跡に足を踏み入れる。なんか、落ちてそうだけどな。めっちゃ気になる。気になっちゃうな。この辺わからねえ。行くしかないか。 ローマの遺跡ですって。LT を長押しして走る。なんか変わった操作ですね。LT で走る。左で懐中電灯をしまう。まあ明るいところってことですかね。なんか貼ってある。君が立っているこの場所は地下深くに眠る古代ローマ都市への入り口。ああ、入っちゃった。落ちた。落ちましたよ。もう文字読みながら前進んだら落ちたんだけど。明らかにあれ警告のために貼ってたよね。警告のために貼ってたのかもしれないけど、ちょっと落ちちゃった。アルさんのなんかね、メモはちょっと無視して進んじゃったな。まあ言ってもいいのかな。結構画面綺麗だね。Could an underground city have remained a secret for all this time? Could people have survived down there against the odds? It seems there's only one way to find out. いい雰囲気ですね。I'm not back in an hour. I'm somewhere on the other side. Consider this. あ、正体だと思ってほしいんだって。じゃあ、警告だったら警告って書いてほしい。あ、なんか何かが示されてるんだろうな。何かあるのかな。お、外に出ました。外じゃないんか。地下かな。とりあえず前に進むしか。あ、まだ調べる。恐怖状態に陥ったローマ軍。何かに怯えていたですかね。ホラーゲームみたい。確かにちょっと雰囲気はね。まあでもホラーではないから皆さんね、安心していけると思います。これはローマ人の女性が助けを求めて届かぬ祈りを捧げているようだ。まあなんか世紀末的な出来事があったんですかね。あ、釣ってる。年老いた男の黄金像で現代の服装をしている。これがあるで間違いないだろうが、一体何が起こったのだろう。あるもう死んでんの。熱っ。熱っ。下になんかある。君も僕と同じ運命をたどるだろう。だってあるさん。ちょっと謎の招待状残しといてこれはないでしょう。死を選ぶか、神に見放された過去へと通じる道。Don't make the same mistake. Better to end it all now and find out what awaits you beyond that point. あ、先に進むより自殺した方がいいよって言ってんの、この人。物騒だね。アルさん思ったよりもうちょっと話せるかと思ったけど話せなくなってたね。 貴族と取り乱した姿で固まっている。どんなゲームなんだろう。相手デントしまっちゃおっか。トータル。ここで過去に通じる、この惨劇のに至るまでの話を知れるってことかな。はい、行ってみましょう。何なんだいきなりフォトモードの案内されたんだけど。フォトモードもあんのね。お、すごい。なんかおしゃれ。なんかおしゃれ。二人の女性と大きな円形のボトルを描いたローマのレリーフ。これは誰なのだろうか。ほんと誰なんだろうね。オシャンティー、そうっすね。いいっすね。フォトモード見てみよう。あ、これで写真撮れんのね。早い、動きが。ツーリスト。ユースフォトモード。ああ、これでフィルターもね、選べる。盛れるんすね。これデフォルト？これがデフォルトか。これで、まあ、一回撮ってみますか。あ、スクリーンショットに保存されました。ザ・ローマみたいなモザイク装飾。本当にね、綺麗だよね。いいっすね。ツーリスト、もう観光しに来たようなもんですからね、俺も。東の手さんじゃ、俺、そんな知識ないからな、言うて。言うて知識が、歴史の科目苦手だったからな。この人誰だ？
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and what you were doing in the Shrine of Proserpina?
あ、かっこ嘘とかめちゃくちゃエルダースクロール感ありますね。あ、英語を話すのか。確かに。まあでもこれはこの世界のご都合主義的なあれっぽい気がするけど、一応聞いてみますか。未来から来たもかっこいいけど、まあ先に聞いてみましょ
What? I'm speaking Latin. You are too.
う。あ、やっぱそうなんだ
Your
ね。
accent's a little strange. Oh, I see what you did there. Changing the subject like that. Nice try. But I'll ask again. Who are you? And what were you doing in the shrine?
道に迷ったって言っとこうかな。なんか、でも、選択肢である程度マルチエンドだから影響はありそうだけど、まあ、とりあえず世界に溶け込む選択肢にしといた方がいい気がするんで、道に迷っとこ
Oh, is that right? Well, just make sure you don't get lost in any other
う。ま
secret
あ、
places.
まあそうだよね。
Can't have you disrespecting the gods by accident, can we now? But listen, most folks seem a bit confused when they get here, but you seem very lost, and in more ways than one.
お、簡単に説明。お、優しいガレリウスさん。いいね。
Live by our law here, and we'll all get along just fine.
法
Not
律、
laws, law. There's just
黄
one,
金律。
the golden rule, and the punishment for breaking it's, well, it's kind of horrific. But our magistrate insists we take all newcomers to see him, so I guess I'll let him fill you in. So then, you coming?
まあとりあえず従っておきますか。新参者はね、
When I first arrived, I
従
didn't
っておくべ
believe
き。
there were people living down here. But as you can see, we've got a nice little community now.
街すごい綺麗そ
Only 23 of us at the moment, if you count the 3 who are missing. No idea how, since nobody knows a way out. But it's just big and dark enough to get lost in, if you're not careful.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your handsome new friend, Galerius?
Keep it in your loincloth, Aurelia. I'm taking him to see the magistrate.
That pompous old bore won't be magistrate for much longer. Anyone who helps vote him out today drinks at my bar for free tonight.
う。あ、もう行こうとしてる。
Politics. I'd stay clear of it and her if I were you. She's, it's not my place to say. Down on your right is our farm, where I grow all the food you'll ever
農
want.
場。あ、この人農家の人なんだ
Cabbage
ね。
and wheat. Huh. That one usually gets a chuckle.
The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone.
あ、意味深な人。
Don't mind Livia. She means well. She's just been in a bad place since. Well, you know, I don't know what happened to her.
綺麗ですね。めっちゃ綺
Here
麗
on。the right is the chasm.
3人で作った割にはすごいな。
Up on your left is the forum, where you can visit the market or get yourself patched up in Lucretia's clinic in the Shrine of Apollo. Most of us have almost nothing, just what we had on us when we arrived, and what we've been able to make and scrounge up since. And this central plateau is where the magistrate and the other patricians live, so don't expect a warm welcome.
Hilarious. You're meant to be working the farm, not trudging dirt into the villas.
Take it easy, Horatius. I was just taking our new friend here to see the magistrate.
Well, he's asked me to escort the newcomer personally. The farm. Go. Now.
You'd better go with him. But just remember, they're not like you and me. Don't let them use you.
利用されないように。
What did you just say?
I said it'll take some getting used to.
Yeah, I'm watching you, farm boy.
初めて会った人がいい人そうでよかったっすね。
Magistrate Sentius asked me to escort you to him personally. Follow me, please.
鎧かっこいい。やだ。まあ、ここまで来たからね。あまり失礼がないようにしたいよね。
Follow me.
行きましょ
You really need to understand right now
う。A で先導、あ、自動で追いかけてくれる
is-
の
I can explain it this way.
便利。
When I was serving in the Legion, if there was a mutiny brewing in one cohort, the legate in charge wouldn't waste time finding the bad apples and
ドアの開き方独特だ
They
な。
just divided us into groups of 10, made us draw straws, and whoever drew the short straw had to be executed by the other 9. Didn't matter whether he'd done anything wrong. One of us in 10 would die for the crimes of the collective. We call it decimation. If that seems
体でドアを開けると。
you're in for a
荷物塞がってないとなかなかね、しないよね。
It's exactly 10 times worse. The magistrate can explain the rest. Who's up these stairs?
Oh, another one fresh out of the baths, I take it.
どちら様？
I wish Horatius would stop letting barbarians in here. What do you want?
とりあえず
I'm Sentia, eldest
聞きますか。
daughter of the magistrate. But you'd know that if you'd been invited in here and introduced properly. What are you doing in here? And why are you dressed like that?
いきなり口説けるんだ。まあ、とりあえずこの土地の人間じゃないと言っておきますか。
I'd never have noticed, what with your flawless accent, appropriate attire, and impressive mastery of our customs. Now, remind me, why are we having this conversation?
まあ順番に一応聞いてみますね。
Ugh, what is it with you people? You heard the rumor that my little sister escaped and figure I must know a way out.
妹さん
Is
が
that it? Well, that's just a
いやい
stupid
や
rumor.
確かに
We have no idea what happened to
確かに
Sentinel.
それは
I
気
wish
に
you
なる。
mouth breathers would just leave me alone.
手伝えることも聞いておきま
I
す。
don't know. Can you tell me how a person could have disappeared from a city with no exits and no crime? Was she snatched away by the harpies?
彼女に最後に会ったのはいつなぜ名前が似た確かに俺名前覚えられないかもしれないな。まあ最後に会ったのいつか聞きますか。失踪がいつか。まあでも最近なんだ。
We ate our evening meal together, and I remember she seemed happy, in love. We went into our rooms, I went to sleep, and when I woke up,
ああ。
she was gone. That's it.
身近な人が突然いなくなるのはちょっと嫌だね。
I think so, yes. But she was very careful about keeping his identity a secret, even from me.
Because our father had plans to marry her off.
こんな人が少ない町で結婚ってもう23人しかいないんでしょ？
I don't know, but it's been 3 weeks since she disappeared and he hasn't come forward. That might speak to a guilty conscience. All I know is, whoever he is, he's still here in the city.
話す内容で表情が変わるのすごい。そうだよね。結構凝ってるよね。
You really aren't from here, are you? All Roman women are named after their fathers. I think it's their way of branding us, like cattle to be sold at market. His family name is Sentius, so I'm Sentia because I'm the eldest, and my little sister is formerly Sentia Minor, but she is affectionately known as Sentilla.
確かに、まあ平気そうに振る舞ってるだけじゃない。3週間も経てば振る舞えるよね。
Why? Because I'm on this couch and not pacing about the villa, wasting energy. I hope you're not insinuating I'm somehow pleased.
まあそうだよね。虚勢、威圧じゃないんだね。いや、隠してるかな。なんか違う。喜んではないんじゃない？でも、いや、変に虚勢張るとこじゃないな。
If you must know, I'm here because my father has forbidden me from leaving the villa. I couldn't bear to lose you too, he says, as if he loves me, and not because he needs at least one daughter he can trade off.
まあまあまあ、なるほどね。
So you'll help me find her.
まあそうだね。ちょっと調べたくはあるから受けようかな。
Thank you. You should probably take a look through her room. It's the one just by the
あ、
front door.
これでとりあえず妹さんのお部屋には入る許可を一応もらったんだよね。とりあえず今すぐではなく何ができるか考えるにしますか。
Thanks. I'd appreciate it.
この選択肢便利だね。あ、他のやつもいっぱいあるな。おぶりでしょ。顔芸見れる日にあ、そうだね。あの謎のボタン10時方向にやるやつでしょ。
You know, some people say it's the creation of an all-seeing God who's
で
watching
も
everything we do.
あれだね。
But what kind of an
よくできてますね。
incompetent God would let my sister go missing on his or her watch? Did you hear that? Curse you, you coward! Where is my sister? What do you have to say for yourself? No response. Nothing. That's what I thought. I'm telling you, this mysterious god of ours has to be asleep on the job. Either that, or, like people are saying, it really is just a children's fable my father is exploiting to frighten us into behaving. I suppose we will. Of course. What have you discovered? Oh.
あ、なるほどね。何か情報を得たらここでセンティラのことを
Right.
聞
Another
き
time.
に来ればいい感じか。オッケー、わかった。でもさすがだね。多分一番いいお家なんだろうな、この町で。あなたは誰？食べ物も。何これ？この人参は紫色をしている。現代のオレンジ色の人参が栽培される以前のものだ。すごい、主人公知識あるね。昔は紫色だったんだ。すごい、お勉強になっていいですね。よし、上行こう。お、あの人が待ってるぞ。待ってるけど。ちょっと見たいな、いろいろ。まあ、他行くとこなさそうだし。
Citizen.
話してみますか。
We're finally alone. I assume you already know who I am.
政務官
May I know
センティ
your
ウス
name? A curious name.
変わったな、その名前にも馴染みがない。
But I digress. I see you have the piercing and astute eyes of a man of great learning. We're always happy to
ああ、初めの選択肢で変わるのかな。
Equitia will be delighted to meet you, I'm sure. Now, you're probably wondering why I summoned you, and I'll get to that. But first, take a look at this wondrous place, would you? A secret city built deep in the mountains, many hundreds of years ago.
美しいね。
More importantly, consider the miraculous community we've built here over the last 7 months. 22 complete strangers brought together by the fates, living and working together in our own little paradise. And in all that time, not a single sin has been committed. No fights, no theft, nothing. Have you ever
喧嘩もないん
witnessed
だ。
something so extraordinary as a city without sin?
なんで？
Nor could I until I came here. But the reason for this miracle is as simple as it is terrifying. If even one person commits a sin here, every last one of us will die. You see, the builders of this place, whoever they were, left inscriptions warning, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." From what we can gather, breaking the law here will anger the gods.
ヤギベタさん、こんばんにです。
Terrible punishment, like the curses of Medusa and Midas combined, turning us all to gold.
黄金律。
We've come to
メデューサとミダースの呪いを組み合わせたようなもの。
It's
あ、
extraordinary
黄金になる
we've
ってこ
survived
と？
as long as we have, and each day I grow more and more afraid that our time in the sun is almost up. And now it seems that day is finally here. All that matters is that somebody in this city is about to break the golden rule. Why else would Proserpina send you now? Unless you and I can stop them, our doom is assured. I know that's a lot
なる
to take
ほど
in,
ね。
and you look like you have questions.
まあ全員誰かが罪を犯すと黄金になっちゃうからなっちゃうけど、誰かがなんかやらかそうとしてるんだね。黄金律ってそういうこと？なんかそんな気はしない？なんか、まあ、正確には分かんないけど、まあ、とりあえずお話伺ってみますか。何が罪に問われるのか、まずそれだよね。
Intelligent question.
脱走しようとすることかな。
There was a good deal of debate about that in our first weeks here. Does it refer to crimes or to some other ill-defined wrong? Of course, everyone agrees on the basis.
盗むな、暴力を振るうな、殺すな。なるほど。
But beyond that, it was more difficult to reach a consensus. What about lying?
確かに法律って難しいよね。
Trespass, trying to escape, bribery, infidelity, suicide. As magistrate, I had to exercise leadership, and so I made a decision. We must uphold the laws of the empire
なる
to a
ほど。
standard never before seen. And we must honor the peace of the gods, the sacred accord between the gods and the people of Rome. It is only by offering the gods the proper respect that we may prosper, as Rome has for centuries.
でもローマの方は結構よくできてると思うけどな。まあもちろん今の倫理観からすれば野蛮かもしれないけど。
I'm glad you agree. The key things to remember are that we have laws forbidding treason and blasphemy, murder,
まあ基本
assault,
的に
and
は
rape, as well as theft and
現代
arson
と
and
変わら
so on.
ないよね。基
I
本の
have
部
made
分
my
は。
pronouncement on the subject. Unfortunately, there are still those here who resist, whispering blasphemous and treasonous lies in the shadows. I would be keeping a close eye on them if I were you.
なるほどね。プロセルピナ。 プロセルフィナって誰だっけ？とりあえず話
You
聞こ
see, in my search for a way to save my people, I learned of an ancient ritual.
う。あ、女神ですね。
The goddess of the cycle of life and renewal. It's said to open a doorway in time, so that if the unthinkable happens, one person can pass through it and travel back to the past. And when I saw you arrive in a flash of light from the goddess's shrine, I knew that
あ
person.
もうバレてるんだ。
You don't belong in our
こ
time.
の時代のものではないって。まあこれは嘘バレてるんだったらもう言うしかないよね。嘘もつけるみたいだけど、まあまあ疑っときますか。
2,000 years? That is unfathomable. Please tell me, in your time, what did you see? What had become of us? Of this city?
そうだね。一番上のやつが僕の予想してたやつと一緒ってことっぽいですもんね。
I have imagined it, our downfall, 1,000 times. But it still breaks my heart to hear the truth of it.
儀
All I
式
can tell you is that it's a ritual sacrifice to Proserpina. I stumbled across instructions. I have to recite a prayer, and of course, as with all rituals, some sacrifice is involved. Usually that means wine or food, or in some cases a live animal. In this case, the sacrifice is rather more costly. The life of the
儀
person
式を行う人の命が
I
犠
don't
牲に。
suppose you saw any sign of me in future.
いやー、俺わかんないな。見てないけど。まあそうなんだろうな。
I assume that was me. If I'm forced to perform the ritual, it's going to cost me everything. You'll try to make sure I don't need to use it, won't you?
まあそうだね。できるだけのことは
I
しよう。
suppose that's all I can ask for.
そうだね。この人が調査できない理由も聞いておこう
Well, I
か。
believe you're in the best position to go around asking people questions. You're new here, and it'll seem perfectly normal. As for me, well, it pains me to say my attempts to impose order have not earned me many friends. I fear I may not even
まあ
remain
聞く限り
magistrate
そんな悪い人じゃなさそうだけど、気を
The
つけろっ
people
て
here
言
would
って
only
た
treat my
人もいるか
curiosity
ら、
with suspicion. You shouldn't have that problem,
この人の評価
unless
わ
of
か
course
ん
you
ない
get
な。
off on the wrong foot.
まあ一応ね、
Do you ever stare at a problem for so long that you
怪
can't
しい
see it
人。
for what it is anymore? What's needed here is a fresh pair of eyes. The less I prejudice the independence of your investigation, the better.
あ、まあ怪しい人。まあでも本音が知りたいね。実際、情報がなさすぎるし。
Well, all right. There are those who wish to vote me out of office so that they can pursue their own misguided political agenda. Frankly, their selfishness and recklessness risk destabilizing the entire city. I would be looking very carefully at them if I were you.
まあ
If I understand Proserpina's ritual correctly, that problem should take care of itself. Let me see if I can explain. If you manage to prevent the sin that breaks the golden rule, I won't need to bring you here. I won't create the portal, and you will never have been able to come here. Thus, you'll have created a paradox. If this occurs, you should be flung back to your own time, having changed the past for all of us. Make sense?
まあまあ、よくわからないけど、よくわからないから多分だね。難しい。
Ah, good.
とりあえず、
Are you with me? Can I count on you to figure out who's about to break?
とりあえずまあ選択の余地ないもん
No,
ね。
I don't suppose you do. But I'm hoping that even if you're not burdened with a sense of self-sacrifice, you'll at least see the
自
sense
己
in
犠牲の観念を持ち合わせ
self-preservation.
ていないとしても自衛本能くらいは持ち合わせているはずだ。まあまあ。
Wonderful. Now, I need you to investigate the city. Talk to everyone. Help them if it'll win their trust.
とりあえず街の人手当たり次第知るべきだよね。推理物俺できるかな。とりあえずいろいろ調べてもいいんですね。
Come back and tell me immediately. Oh, and one last thing. If I were you, I'd start my investigation by visiting Lucretia.
色はアポロの聖堂にいるルクレティア。
I heard wailing from there not long ago. Seems like something's not right.
まあまあそうだね。ちょっとこっちの方向にも向かいたいですけど、まずはなんか妹さんクエストマーカーどこ Y でクエストジャーナル。いや文字見にくい。文字見づらいっすね。とりあえずこれがメインの目標で、まあ、破りそうな、黄金律を破りそうな人を探すってやつですね。とりあえず俺がやりたいのはセンティラの部屋を調べるってやつをやりたいんで、これにクエストを切り替えます。OK。で、黄色いマークがセンティラの部屋ですね。行ってみましょう。
Citizen.
ここ、狭まあでも昔ってこんなもんか。テスト。あ、盗むとかあるんだ。あるというか、あれだよね。化粧瓶。へえ。スカイリムみたいだね、チェストから盗むって。なんかあんのかな。まあ大学な量みたい。確かに。ああ。原始的な鏡。で、これ串だよね。あとは、日記ですか？脱出を決意したと書いてある。センティウスとセンティアへ。クレメンティアがみんなに私を許す強さを与えますように。こんな形でいなくなってごめんなさい。でも私はここから出る方法を見つけたの。この機会は逃せない。いつかまた会えることを願っています。センティラ。まあ、持っておきますか。インク瓶。薄を水に溶かして作られている。あとは、この盗めそうなやつしかないけど、デナリウスってお金かな？今のところは盗む意味があるのかわからないから、盗むのは控えとこうかな。センティアの日誌、あんま読むべきではないかもしれないけど、今日はお父様が私に日記を書くように勧めてきた。妹が突然いなくなった同様から当面の間気を紛らわす手段として、従順な娘としては従わない理由はない。次のページに私の心の一番奥深くにしまっていた秘密を書こうと思う。よし、めくってみましょう。お父様、これを読んでるのは分かってるんだから。私は未熟かもしれないけど、バカじゃないわ。誰もがみんなの秘密を持つ権利があるの、センティア。なるほど。センティアにはセンティアの悩みがあるんですね。とりあえず、ここは、あれですもんね。キッチン的な。とりあえず妹の件について聞いてみますか。
Oh, don't mind me. I just live here. What have you discovered?
彼女の部屋で逃亡計画について書かれた手紙を見
What?
つけた。
Really? I swear, I searched her room top to bottom and never saw that.
ベッドの上にめっちゃ
Wonder
置いて
how
あ
I
った
could
け
have
どね。
missed it. Strange, but well done, I suppose. But it's odd. It was only a few months ago that Centilla's friend Yulia let slip she was planning an escape of her own. And yet, Yulia's still here. You should go and speak with her. Find out if she knows anything. She lives in the villa next door.
隣の屋敷。ユリアさん。隣の屋敷？とりあえず行ってみましょうかね。あっちってこと？
Are they?
筋トレしてる。偉い。お、いい体。
What were you two talking about?
何のことだろう。
Don't play dumb. I saw you. Having a shady little chat with old man Sentius up on his balcony. What's he offering you? Money? Favors? What's your vote worth to him?
買収はしようとしてないよね。選挙の話はちょっとしたかもしんない。まあそうだね。この人にとって価値があるの
A
かな。
spit of a fauna career. We've lined up all the votes we need already. Mark my words, Malleolus is going to be magistrate by the end of the day. And if I tell him you've sided with that feeble old has-been, that you've been trying to undermine his hard-won victory, you'll have picked the wrong patron. Got it?
選挙には関心ないよね。特に今のところは別に関心ないかな。
Then stay out of it. Nobody likes Caput Murday
だって
foreigners interfering with
こ
the
れ
election.
はあれだね。放送禁止ワードなんだな。質問したい。
Can't hurt.
教えてほしいな。ドミティウス。
You want to get to Malleolus?
すごい忠実なガチムチなんだね。そうだね。服装気になるね。
Why? Because I am a gladiator. That's why.
闘技場ないの？
You want to see me fight? Keep running your mouth. That's
血の
what's
気が荒
kids.
いね。
When Malleolus wins the election, yeah, this place will change. You won't even want to leave. You'll see. I think it's gone on long enough, and Malleolus is going to put an end to it once he's elected.
そのルートマルチエンドっぽいからな。いろいろ変わんのかな。一応手伝えることあるか聞いてみ。あ、そうだ、ユリアと話したいわ。そうだ
She's
ね。
not here. Had to carry her to Lucretia's clinic this morning. Shrine of Apollo. She was acting sick. Faking it, if you ask me. Typical. Too bad. He's busy. Unless... No. You don't look like you
お
could
金が
afford
い
it.
るんだ。あるのに。
I'm glad you asked. See, he's a busy man, and this is an important day. He'll be inside practicing his victory speech for tonight. Left me strict instructions he doesn't want to be disturbed. So if you want to see him, I'll need something valuable in return.
賄賂を求めることは罪。まあでもどうなんだろ
Bribe? That's such an ugly word. What I'm looking for is more of a tribute to me, your soon-to-be patron. Dunno. Something good. Just make it good.
う。なるほど。
Whatever. Just remember, I'll be watching.
すごい熱心ですね。まあつまりここには入れないってことっぽいよね。そうだよね。こっちも無理なんかな。あ、こっち入れるやん。調べれそうなもの。あ、調べ、盗んじゃった。盗んじゃった。調べようとしただけなのに。あ、調べようとしただけだけどミスって盗んじゃった。こんなことになると思わなかったんだよ。A ボタンを押したら盗むの。あ、死んでる。そういうシステムなんだ。盗みは絶対にダメなんだね。ルーパー。
Salve, friend. I'm Galerius. Mind telling me who you are and
あるあるや。そう、あるよね。
I don't think so. I've never seen you before in my life. Oh, Bacchus, how much did I drink last night? Sorry to have bothered you. Oh, and since you seem to be in a hurry, you should try out this device I made. Worked real hard on it.
何これ。
Just attach the pulley to the rope over the lake and hang on to the handles. If it works, it'll be fast.
ありがたい。
And if it doesn't work, worst thing that can happen is you'll take a swim in the lake. I haven't quite summoned the courage to test it myself. But don't worry.
でもこの人はいい人そうだよね。
Probably. All right. See you around.
ガレリウスさんはいい人そう。まあ第一印象だけだけど。これ滑れるやつ？さっきの。あ、違う？でもなんかいつか向こう行けそうだよね。これどこからなんだろう。
Just as the ocean accepts the rivers of all the world, so this
この
place
人絶対なんか鍵
accepts
握
all
って
the
そうなキャラ
souls.
してるよね。
But it does not notice the crowds that come. The bloodless shadows wander without flesh or bone. Some crowd the forum, some the house of the ruler of the depths. Others follow their trades,
今んとこ電波だけ
imitating
ど
their previous lives.
何かを知ってるんだろ
They never do. There is only a downward path, gloomy with fatal yew trees. It leads through dumb silence to the infernal regions. Help me? You cannot help me. I have seen things. A pattern, a terrible pattern. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. Pandora's box must stay closed. I'll say no more.
う。なるほど。
The bloodless shadows. This is their punishment. The newly arrived are ignorant of the road before them. Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like Medea over a cauldron? You'll scare away my customers.
They follow their trades, imitating their previous lives, but they are ignorant.
This again. You're in a world of your own, aren't you?
これお店なの？とりあえず間違って何か盗んじゃわないように気をつけないとな。チェスト危なすぎない？トラップだよね。あ、ここお店か。
Vote for Malleolus for a free drink at my tavern. Ah, you're here. I'm so glad you decided to visit. I'm Aurelia, and I hope I'm not being too forward, but the moment I laid eyes on you, I was intrigued. There's a light in your eyes I've
チェストが最大ので、本当に危ない、あれは。A ボタン押したら危ない。せめて警告出てほしいよね。まあでも、オリジナルのエルダースクロールが間違って盗んじゃうゲームだから。口説いた方がいいのかな。あ、でも良くなかったな。
I take back what I said. Suddenly, I don't find you so intriguing anymore.
難しいな。
Let's just forget that ever happened, so we can at least do business. So, what brings you to my tavern? Ugh, let it go. Nothing's going to happen between us.
なるほど。これはループして巻き戻したとき別の選択肢試した方がいい系っぽいな。
You know, normally I'd expect you to buy me a drink before asking if I want to get out of here. I guess that went right over your head. Never mind. As a matter of fact, I do know a way out. I'm happy to tell you all about it, but this is valuable information we're talking about, and I don't just give it out like some cheap oracle. So, how badly do you want it? Is it worth, say, 1,000 denarii to you?
あ、録画し直そう。これが詐欺ではないとどうやってわかる？そうだよね。わかんないもんね。
If I took your money without giving you what I promised, I'd be breaking the golden rule, wouldn't I? And I have no interest in doing that. Well, I can't tell you too much, or you'd figure it out for yourself. But I promise you, you'll never have to spend another hour in this city ever again. Simple. It's a one-way trip, and I'm not ready to go just yet. I like my life here. One day, maybe, but not now. I think of it this way. I have something of value, and I'm willing to share it for a price. That's not unethical.
まあまあ、この人は特に困ってなさそうだもんね。
Do you want it or not?
なるほど。
What's the matter? Can't afford it? Well, perhaps you could take out a loan. I understand Malleolus has lent money to others on occasion.
黄金率についてもこの人の意見は聞いといてみよっか。
I just try not to think about it. Drink helps with that. As the saying goes, to drink is human, so we drink. Certainly, for 10 denarii. Whatever you like.
今お金どれぐらい持ってるんだろう
All
ね。
right. See ya.
お金ってどこで見れるの？ あ、持ってる。191、191持ってるんだ。あ、すごい。ちゃんと影がつく。小さな虫がたくさん浮いている。まあ、そりゃそうだろうね。蓋してないんだったら。
You stay away from my money.
ゲスト、ちゃんとこの人鍵かけてる。えらい。そりゃそうだわな。みんな鍵かけてなさすぎなんだよな。あ、でも、鍵がある。あ、鍵調べるだったら見てもいいんか。なんかあんのかな。あ、ちょっと待って、間違った。あー、やらかしです。あの人がどこ行くか、どこ行くんだろう、あの人。ダメだなー。やらかしまくってるなー。あ、これで難しい戦闘とかじゃなくてもなんか開けちゃう開けちゃうというか盗んじゃうね。手癖悪いね俺。すぐ盗んじゃうな。これ飛ばせないんかな。あ、飛ばせる。でもダメージはそのままなんだ。食らっちゃってるな。あ、でもちょっとずつ回復してるっぽいな。
Ixion turns.
オーバーデスループ。油断大敵、マジでそう。この人はどうなってこうなったの？てかみんな、あれだよね。なってるにはなってるっぽいよね、黄金像。あ、捕まってる人がいる。
Hello? My name's Dooley.
ドゥリ
I live here now because I got in trouble and they said they had to lock me up. I don't know. I don't remember things so good.
この人もなんか情報持ってそうだな。
Looking for treasure. Yes, but I wasn't. I was just looking. They said I did it more than once.
でも
But I can't remember things.
この人になんか盗んでもセーフになる方法とか教えてもらえないんかな。黄金率を無視して。
They called me a liar, Billy.
盗めるってことはなんか
Yes.
ありそうだもんね。
Live here now and gave me this letter. But I'm not good with words. Do you think you could read it for me?
ようやく政務官センティウスによると、ルリの不法侵入を防ぐ目的で彼を監禁したら。テキストモード。あ、読みやすくしてくれるんだ。反社会的行動に関して。あ、なんか立ち入り禁止地域に入ろうとしてたんだね。アイテム取っていいのかな？取るしか選択肢ないもんね。
What does it say?
不法侵入で何度も捕まえた経験があって、あなたが黄金律を破るのを防ぐために監禁した。
My treasure. My friend Hannibal used to look after me. He said he always would. But then he died. It was very sad. He said if anything ever happened to him, I had to find something very precious hidden away. He gave me this key and made me promise to keep it safe until I found the treasure. But I couldn't find it. All I remember is he said something about the cisterns. But when I went up to the high one, they put me in here. Now nobody looks after me. Except my friend Galerius. And Ek, the priestess lady. She's a nice lady.
鍵や
Hannibal said I shouldn't give it to anyone I didn't trust. But maybe you could help me get out of here. Then I would trust you a lot.
まあ相談難しいな。
You're mean. I don't like you.
今のところわからないからな。なんかいるな。
You have to do something. A man arrived in the baths. A real nasty sort, with his face all covered up. And he's got a weapon. You have to do something, or he's gonna break the golden rule.
どうやるんだろう。
None of us do. The magistrate made us throw them all into the chasm. So now this man's bow is the only one in the city. You'll just have to improvise. Are you daft or just callous? If you don't stop him, we're all going to die. Thank you. He's still in there, somewhere. I have to hide. Find me in this empty shrine when it's over. Hear what? What? We don't have time for this. I have to go.
聖堂には行っちゃダメっぽい。
The shrine is collapsing.
これは取っていいんだ。
Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her. Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl.
誰が言ってんの？あ、この人？
I can't believe she is dead. Fabia, I mean. She walked into that empty shrine, and the next moment she is lying.
早かったね。
The gods are cruel and unjust. She was like a daughter to me. I'm sorry, friend. It's not right for me to lay my burden upon you. I can't believe she is dead. The gods are...
この人なんでここに隠れようと思ったんだろう。人がいるとこじゃダメだったんかな。あなたのとりあえず行ってみますか。行ってまあ死んでもループするんだし多分いる。
Stop right there.
I'm looking for Tiberius Quinctius Crispus, otherwise known as
Quinctius.
Quintius. Do you know where he is? I'm not sure I believe that, so allow me to explain something to you. I am here with orders from Emperor Nero himself to find and execute the cultist Quinctius.
カルト信者なんていんの?
Crimes against the Empire. So, if you tell me the truth, I will allow you to live. But if you lie to me or otherwise obstruct the Emperor's business in any way, I will put this arrow through your chest. Is that understood?
よし。下側にしておくか。
You are not off to a good start. When I ask you a question, I expect an answer. Is that understood?
まあ理解
Thank you.
はして
Now
る。
tell me, who are you people, and what is this place? A small community. I was told Quinctius was a cultist, but I never thought he'd be foolish enough to lead me right to the heart of his mystery cult. Oh, don't play coy with me. I don't care if you're worshipping Bacchus, Magna Mater, or Christ. You lot are all the same to me. Always sneaking off to your secret sanctuaries, indoctrinating each other with your little mantras. The Emperor may have tolerated your activities up until now, but after what Quinctius did, those days are numbered. You say that, but if you're not a cult, then why go to such great lengths to keep this place a secret? So you admit you're not allowed to leave. That sounds an awful lot like a cult to me. And I saw the inscription saying, "The many shall suffer for the sins of the one." I take it this is some kind of mantra you all believe?
まあそうだね。
A distinction without a difference. You've clearly been indoctrinated into this nonsense. Now tell me, where did you lot get enough gold to make all these statues? You lot are practicing human sacrifice too. You people disgust me. Yes, yes, because I'm the real villain here. It's all clear to me now. The secret sanctuary, the
まあ、
indoctrination,
傍から
the
見たらそうだ
mantra,
よね。
the human sacrifice. Your
傍から見たら確か
cultists,
に
there's
そう
no
なる
doubt
か
in
も
my
しれ
mind.
ないけど、
What baffles me
これどうなるんだ
is
ろ
how a person can believe in something with such zeal. They just can't see what they've become. However, you still have a chance to redeem yourself by telling me where Quinctius is. Do not waste it. Very well. Here's what I know. He's a 40 to 50-year-old man.
片
with
方が緑色
distinctive
で
eyes,
片方
one
が
green
青
and
色。
one blue. He's also known to have delusions of grandeur. The Emperor says he and his cult, your cult, are responsible for starting the fire which burnt half of Rome to the ground and killed thousands in the process.
あ、考察が出てるから考察せっかくだからスキル使ってみますか。
Who are you to challenge what the Emperor says? Were you there? Do you have spies and scouts all over Rome like he does? No, you do not. This is your last chance. Are you going to tell me where he is or not? Then you're of no use to me. Do you have any last words?
どうしよう。殺されそうだけどな。まあ、これにしとき
And
ます
there's
か。
a simple explanation for that. I lied. But if you want to know the truth before you die, here it is. Once I'm done with you and Quintius, I intend to kill every last one of you wretched degenerates. And I can think of nothing I'd enjoy more.
ああ。
Many shall suffer for the sins of the one.
誰かが罪を犯してもやっぱダメなんだな。あれどうしたらいいんだろう。なんか書いてある。まあ、とりあえずあの人の周りには近づかないとこかな。もともとやろうとしてた誰だっけ、お隣のお家の人探すのしたいんだけどな。
Name's Rufius. Better watch your step. Can't talk long. Got to stay sharp, but
まあそうだよね。
families from Solution, Tiberius.
あ、でも意外と話してくれる。
Province. But I've been roaming a long time now. Even joined the legions. The 6th. The one they call Ironclads. Because we're all in grave danger. Is it not obvious?
武器は捨てたって言ってたもんね。
Magistrate made me toss it in the chasm. Stupid. Going to have to improvise now. Same way as everyone else. If you were dealing with what I am, you wouldn't be either. None of your business. In Troite ipsum commensula.
この人は今のところ、
If we have to.
あ、でもいっぱいあるな。この人が誰に投票するかは知っといた方がいいよね。
Not sure I trust Sentius. Couldn't even
センティウス人気ないね。
without sin. How's he going to protect us? No. I'll tell you this much. I hate the fact that my survival depends on the common sense of other people.
殺されたこれ。
Then you know what I'm talking about. I mean, all these people just bumble along like nothing's wrong. While we're one bad decision away from being wiped out. Like the last lot of people who lived here. Seems like I'm the only one ready for what's coming. Whatever that is. And when it hits, it's everyone for themselves. You've been warned. I don't know. But did you ever get the feeling some of these statues are watching us when we're not looking? Like they're waiting for something. I don't like it.
まあそうだね、正しいよ
Of
ね。
course I am. If I did, do you think we'd be having this conversation? Whatever.
意外と喋ってくれたね。無口そうなのかなと思ったけど。 どこに行けばいいんかな。街狭いかなと思ったけど、まあまあ広いよね。鍵がかかってました。こっちは開く。
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned. She needs the resin of a plant called Sylphium, but that Culus cumbulatus Decius won't give it to me. It's too late. She just slipped away. No, now's fine. I can't afford to wallow here. And I need the distraction. What's on your mind? She was poisoned. She came in here frothing at the mouth. Normally I'd treat her with resin of Sylphium, a rare plant which is perfect for this sort of thing. And I knew Decius had some at his market stall, right around the corner. So I ran over there, but he just looks at me with this evil smile and says, "That'll be 1,000 denarii." There was no way I could afford that, and he knew it. Then that toad shrugs and says, "Supply and demand. I guess you don't value your friend's life that highly." Anywhere else, I'd just pay a thug to steal it from his stall. But there's no way I can do that down here, with the golden rule. So all I could do is come back here and just watch her die. I kept on apologizing. And now I'll never know who poisoned her, or how they managed to do it without breaking the golden rule, or why she cursed that snake's cruel black eyes with her dying breath. Well, unless you have the power to bring someone back from the dead, there's really just one thing you can do. Get me that Sylphium resin. I'm going to have another patient in here soon. Could be in the next day, or in the next hour. And I will not allow this to happen again. I don't care how you get it, but you have to make it happen. Because if I lose another patient this way, I swear to the gods below, not even the golden rule will stop me from marching up to that Genetricum Fututor and scratching his eyes out.
本当にね。物騒な話だね。まあここが病院的な。本当どこでもゴンゾあるね。この人ってさっき死んだ人に駆けつけてきてくれた人？
We must stick together, you and I. And I must say, my sartorial friend, your clothing is most extraordinary. Leather boots in place of sandals, trousers with precise stitching, and such a curious design. I have traveled distant trade routes from the markets of Damascus to the farms of India, and never have I seen anyone dressed quite like you. Tell me, I must know, from which exotic part of the world do you hail?
一応話しておきますか。
Is this a riddle, or perhaps you mean to say you feel like you are ahead of your time? I feel the same way. Another reason for us to stick together. We will have much time here to get to know one another. But for now, do you require assistance? I know you do not require clothing, so information perhaps?
この人は誰に投票するんだろうね。マレオラスさん人気あるな。
I do not enjoy the thought of another visit from Domitius if I voted the wrong way. Nothing comes to my mind.
迷ってるって言ったのに割とあれだね。
My story? How kind of you to ask. I am a tailor and I run the humble shop in the forest.
仕立て屋さん。
You mean to say With all the turmoil and terror of the Golden Rule, and so few customers, why bother setting shop at all? I'll tell you, it is precisely because of the Golden Rule that I wish to remind my friends of the importance of looking one's best. I say, the more of our customs we preserve down here, the more we can preserve a semblance of normality, the better our chances of keeping our heads. Don't you agree? Oh, and there is another reason too. If we all end up as golden statues for future generations to marvel at, I don't know about you, but I would like to look my best.
新装束ってやつだね。
A good question. A very good question indeed. And I would be happy to tell you if only I could remember it clearly myself. I remember I had just been to Rome to sell an extraordinary selection of wares, and drowning in coin, I decided to celebrate my success. I rented a prestigious villa by the Tiber, invited over a few select friends, and we began making our way through some of the most exquisite wine money could buy. Quite a lot of it, in fact. Now, I have had visions and awoken in strange places before. I have even found myself naked in the desert sands more than once, but none of that compares to this. This time, I remember people screaming, then falling into a void as empty as time before creation, gasping for air, and then nothing. When I regained my faculties, I was lying naked by the banks of the Tiber, gods know how many miles from my villa. Indeed. I'm lucky I was carrying a little extra weight. I believe it kept me afloat. In any case, it seems I'd been rescued and resuscitated by a benevolent stranger.
この人もじゃあ経緯は似たようなもんなんだ。
Stumbled across a cave and discovered that trapdoor temple, and here I am.
じゃあみんな川に流されてあれなんだな。
What are you playing at? I must ask you to stop that at once. Have you not been told about the last attempt? Oh, then I suppose this duty falls to me. It is a long story. Of course, the first question
最後の試みって何なんだろうな。
How do I escape? It is only natural after all. And scaling the chasm wall is out of the question, for it is simply too steep and too far. But as they say, if the wind fails, use the oars. And here the second option is to leave the way we came in.
浴場の上にある建物。
See, the shaft is quite high. But if one gathered up enough wood, one could make a series of ladders and climb one's way out. I admire your enthusiasm, my friend, but please allow me to explain why this is inadvisable. There was an attempt made by resourceful fellows who lived here some years ago. They even decided to keep records of their escape attempt for posterity. Unfortunately, as soon as they began to carry the first ladder down the hallway, they heard a godlike voice shake the entire city, and that, tragically, is where their tale ends. So it seems that to merely attempt escape is to invite the wrath of whichever god oversees this place, and so I say it is best to not even discuss it aloud. Ah, yes. The many shall suffer for the sins of the one. As a Greek, this is nothing new to me. It is how our gods operate. Have you not heard the tale of the god Hades? He was the first to learn this dreadful lesson when he abducted Persephone and imprisoned her in the underworld. When Demeter, the mother of Persephone, learned of this, she did not punish Hades, the guilty one. Instead, she changed the climate of Earth so that it became hot and dry. Nothing grew. The grain turned to empty husks and the rivers dried up. Innocent people died by the tens of thousands until at last the other gods were forced to act, lest they have no worshippers left. So yes, we know this rule. This has always been the case. The Golden Rule has merely brought it into focus. If we are to survive, I say we must each heed the simple wisdom of Thales of Miletus, first of the 7 sages of Greece, who said, "Avoid doing what you would blame others for doing."
人が行えば非難するであろうところを人に施すことなかれ。
Regrettably, I think you are correct, my friend. For even if 99% of us adopt this principle, that will never be enough. Sadly, no matter how well we protect ourselves, the life's work of many good people can be undone in the blink of an eye by a single selfish act. The voice of experience. I am sorry for your loss, my friend. But on a lighter note, I will say one thing for the Golden Rule. For all their grim and haunting poses, these golden statues do make magnificent models for my clothing, do they not?
なるほど。
I hope that our paths cross again soon, my friend.
服屋さん。確かに売ってますね。植物や虫から抽出。虫とか使うんだね。この人は罪人。
Ah, a new face. Salve, and welcome to our little community. My name's impossible to pronounce for most people, so you can just call me Virgil. You arrived on a sad day, friend. What with Julia's death?
ああ、あの人死んだ後なんだ。
Well, I'm an architect. Or at least I was back in Rome. That's probably too grandiose a term to describe what I do here. Help out with repairs and try to stop old buildings from collapsing on people. That kind of thing. But you probably don't want to hear about the ingenious architecture or mysterious history of this place.
崖の上の神殿、まあ確かちょっと気になるかな。
This one's a bit of a mystery. Given the way it's positioned so prominently, looking down on us, it's clear that whoever built it felt it was the most important temple in the city. Unfortunately, someone else went out of their way to keep its purpose a mystery. You see, usually a temple is dedicated to a particular god, like Proserpina or Diana or Apollo. Usually, that god is obvious. But in this case, it's unknown. There's an obelisk out the front, which probably used to bear the name of this unknown god. But it appears some barbarian defaced it. And of course we can't get inside because it's locked up tighter than the Temple of Saturn in Rome. And that contains the treasury. So we're all left wondering, which god is that temple dedicated to? And could it be the one responsible for the Golden Rule? Unless somebody figures out a way inside, I suppose we'll never know.
まあいろいろ聞きたいけど、まあいいや。落書きの件は聞いとこうかな。お、この人、男と付き合ってんの？聞いとこう。そこは深く。
Sorry, that was mean. Yes, I like men. And when you grow up in the north, as I did, in the city of Noviomagus, you expect a bit of hostility. The Batavi are not known for their tolerance. I saw enough friends killed or driven away to know the cost of not keeping your personal affairs to yourself. So I hid who I was for, what was it, nearly 10 years? Watching what I said and where I looked. But that kind of fear eats away at you slowly, until living isn't any better than the thing you were afraid of. Needless to say, since I'm now living underground, halfway across the known world, with an assumed name, my openness didn't go down well among the enlightened folk of the Batavi. Nice of you to say, but not necessary. In any case, the Romans are far more accepting, and among them, I get to be who I am. Or at least I thought that was the case. It seems I was wrong. It's not just graffiti. I have quite a collection of handwritten notes too. The strange thing is, I keep my personal affairs to myself. I've never really been interested in any of the men here. Not my type. So I'm not sure what I could have done to upset this person. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably one
カル
of
トっ
those
てやっぱあるん
cultists.
だ。
Strange bunch. They insist there's only one god, and that he considers my nature a sin. Can you believe that? If there are any of them here, they won't admit it. Not since they supposedly burnt down half of Rome last year and went into hiding. All I know is if these threats keep escalating, eventually my secret admirer is going to cross a line and break the golden rule. What? Really? I didn't expect that. But thanks. It's always a pleasure to meet someone so selfless. I'm glad you arrived when you did. I'd start by figuring out who the cultists are. Or maybe ask around among the merchants here. Someone who lives or works in the forum must have seen something. But if you find them, please don't hurt or humiliate them. I suspect they're just confused.
一回ちょっ
Come
と
back and
こ
let
れ
me know
を
what you find.
探しに行ってみようかな。いろいろね、フラグがあるっぽいけど。
Hey, Virgil, how much would you want to make me a bow?
For the last time, Dacius, I'm not making you a bow.
But why?
You know why.
But how am I going to defend myself against someone else with a weapon?
There are no other weapons in the city. We all went along with the magistrate's weapons ban, so it wouldn't be an issue.
That's why I've got to get in first before someone else beats me to it. Salve, stranger, and welcome to our idyllic little slice of the Empire. I'm Dacius.
この人は何してる人なんだろう。
But we just have to carry on, don't we?
あ、この人があれか。
Certainly. All I ask is a reasonable price of a
薬売っ
thousand
てくれ
denarii.
ない人か。
Oh, it's perfectly legal. Simply a question of supply and demand, I'm afraid. Take it or leave it. Hear what? You sure you're feeling all right? If you're hearing things, perhaps you should pay a visit to Lucretia's clinic. We don't want another Navia on our hands. She claimed the statues were whispering to her. Nobody else could hear it. Then she shut herself in the palace. We never heard from her again.
聞こえる人がいる
Do
ん
you
だ。
want this Sylphium or not?
あ、お金集める方法は知りたいな。
But if you get a job, work hard and save your coins, you should be able to afford it within, say, 5 years? Well, if you did that, you'd break the golden rule, and we'd share the same fate as the last lot who lived here. Is that what you want?
手に入れて逃げて。
Do you think I don't know a bluff when I see one? Nice try. Very well. Perhaps I can interest you in something within your budget?
まあこの人も誰に投票するか。ああ、てかセンティウスマジで人気ないね。
How does he ever protecting us? Not going to happen. You mean how did I end up here? That is a lengthy tale.
一応簡単に聞いておきたい
I'm in
な。
the business of procuring rare and precious objects liberated from the enemies of Rome. Mostly sculptures, vases, the occasional slave.
センティウスね、本当なんでなんだろ
Had myself a nice little shop in Rome, just off the Forum. Lots of foot traffic and close to the docks. Good place to be when the fires broke out. See, about 7 months ago, half of Rome caught on fire. Everyone who couldn't get to an outer gate was running for the river, open to escape by barge. So I gathered my coins and some priceless vases into a cart and had my most loyal slave girl, pretty young thing named Acantha, push it for me. All the way down to the river, I'm elbowing for a stampede of people, turning back now and then to make sure she hasn't legged it with my valuables. But, to my surprise, we make it, and I see this barge loading up, and it's so full it's almost sinking. but the captain's happy to take my coin. So I start boarding, and then he puts his hand on my chest and he says, "No, too heavy. The cart or the girl." So I did what anyone would have done. Of course I chose the cart. I mean, I can always buy a new slave girl if I still have my money. So I put my hand on the cart, and I guess she realised what was happening because those pretty black eyes of hers go all wide. And in one swift motion, she topples the whole bloody thing into the Tiber. No, I dived in after it, of course. Aren't you paying attention? That was a bloody fortune.
あ、この人もじゃあ川、結局川に流れて、で、ここにたどり着いたんですね、結局。
Thank you, friend. But it turns out it might have been a stroke of good fortune because this place is a veritable treasure trove. Look around you. There must be more gold in here than in the treasury of Rome. If I can just figure out how to get it out of here. I don't, I'm afraid. But I did overhear Fabia telling Georgius she saw something. She was headed to the baths.
キャラの名前が覚えられません。
Very well. Another time.
キャラの名前が難しいな。とりあえずファビアさんに会えば。一つ一つね、進めていきましょう。ジャンプとかってできないんかな。しゃがむはできるけど。あ、でもこれ聞けないよね。あ。
Are you serious? Are you going to help? Are you daft or just
いや、この人は止められないな。ファビアさん止める手段がない。あとなんで実績解除されたの？ファビアさん。ファビアさんフラグ立ってるけど、フラグ消えた。
Fabia, no! Oh God, she's dead. Did anyone see that? The whole shrine just collapsed on her. Oh, Fabia, why did you have to go in there? Poor sweet girl. I can't. The gods are cruel and unjust.
あっちには行ってはいけないから。どうしようかな。今クエストマークまだファビアンについてるもんな。でもこれどうしようもないな。どうしようかな。これ捕まってる人でしょ。とりあえずこのクエストじゃないやつに切り替えますか。閉じこもってる人のやつやりましょうかね。なんか象の声が聞こえるっていう人が選んだけどマーカーつかないな。マーカーつくやつがいいな。あ、これでいける？いや違うな。在任こっちか。マーカーつかんな。どうしようかな。これは脱出、なんせお金かかりそうだからな。デキウスの店からシルフィウムの樹液を盗むってやっていいの？あ、やって良さげなこと書いてるよね。一回やってみますか。 とりあえずこれにマーカーを合わせて、まあそれは正義のこと行いだから許されるってことかな。でもあの人いるしな。目のマークが閉じるとかないのかな。流れに逆らって歩いて、この人がここ立ってたらまずいよね。絶対見えてるもんな、これ。まあ、一回盗んでみますか。ゲーム感を追って。あ、やっぱダメだよね。でも、なんかささやきは聞こえてるから、あれはなんか意味あるのかな。持ってるものとか引き継げるとかかな。それだったらバンバン盗んで、政務官には何回もループ作ってもらうっていう手しかないけど。避けられない運命。本当にね。これは何か所持品とか変わったりするのかな。アイテム。あ、持ってる。持ってるから、このループは悪いループではなかったな。じゃあこれを持っていけば、あの人救えるかもしれないってこと？持ってってみましょう。誰がこれ。よし。
What are you doing in here? Can't you see this woman is dying? She's been poisoned.
よし、渡しますか。
What? Quick, give it here. Yulia, Yulia, you need to swallow this. Here, let me help you. Hopefully, in a moment, she should be able to breathe normally. That was extraordinary. How did you know she needed this exact thing and at this exact moment?
怪しいよね。
Kind of oracle.
まあ、あんまり嘘をつくメリットが今のところわかんないから、真実を、でも、こうしとこうかな。
Look, if you don't want to tell me, I won't look a gift horse in the mouth. But no matter. That was like the gods hearing my prayers and intervening. You just saved a person's life, and you should be proud of yourself. She might even be able to thank you herself in a few moments. And maybe she can tell us who poisoned her and who she meant when she was muttering about that.
ちょっと進んだ感がある。
In the meantime, I'm happy to help you with whatever it is you need.
この人のこと聞いたっけ？
I'm going to be straight with you. I'm not a physician. This is Nevia's clinic. I've just been filling in ever since.
さっきまで取り乱してたから、あんまりね、話聞けなかったけど、今は聞ける感じかな。
I'd rather take this on myself than let one of you lot mess it up. Oh, this shrine was in use as a clinic long before any of us arrived here. Kind of strange to set up a clinic in the temple of the god of disease. But the god who inflicts a curse is also the only god who can undo it. So I suppose praying to Apollo for healing kind of makes sense.
My husband and I moved to Rome from Caesarea. He embraced the Roman way more than I would have liked and turned into an awful philanderer. I would have divorced him and demanded the return of my dowry, but I knew he would sooner have me killed than give me my right. So I waited for the right time to take what was mine and disappear. And then the fires came. As he prepared to evacuate our villa, I gathered our most precious belongings, coins and gemstones, and the moment his back was turned, I ran. I could barely see for the smoke, and the streets were full of people trampling each other. I ran for the river, like everyone else, and leapt in. The next thing I remember, I was waking up on a riverbank, not far from
この
here.
人は直接この辺に来たんだね。
Oh no. Sorry, I don't mean to worry you, but no, that is definitely not normal. There was one other person who claimed she could hear the statues talking to her. But that was Nevia, and she went a little mad. Well, she used to run the clinic. She was a midwife.
お医者さんだったんだ。
But she was the closest thing we had down here. And she was good too. Until she suddenly lost all interest in us. One day she told me she'd made some profound discovery about the golden statues. This changes everything, she kept saying. But I had no idea what she was talking about. The last time I saw her, the last time any of us saw her, she was muttering to the statues, like she could talk to them. And then she shut herself in the palace, barred the door from the inside, and nobody's seen her since. She's been gone so long now, we figure she's either dead or up to something so strange that she doesn't want anyone else to know about it. But I really wish I could reach her, because that's the only hope I have of solving a troubling problem, a real thorn in the paw situation. One of my patients is suffering from terrible rheumatism. His joints are inflamed and he's in constant pain. I really shouldn't say. He wouldn't like it. And he's a little bit scary. He's become so irritable that the smallest things set him off, and I worry he'll end up losing his temper and lashing out. And you know what that means. I just know Nevia would know how to treat him, assuming she's still alive. But nobody seems to know how to get into the palace. Really? That would be wonderful. Thank you. Let me know how you go.
ナエビアの元に行く。なんかナエビアのやつはもう一個ミッションあったよね。これかな。とりあえず、あ、でもな、これもマーカーがつかないんだったな。マーカーがつくやつから終わらせていきたいな。つくやつ全然ないな。武装する男を無力化する方法を探す。これもわからないよね。弓を手に入れる。弓って言ったらなんか誰か作ってほしいみたいな。あ、挟まった？あ、B でジャンプできた。弓作れないのかな、この人。
A new fate.
ああ、そういう選択肢はないな。僕は 彼らはお前を見ていないかもしれない。だが知っておけよ。私はお前を見ている。誰が書いたんだろうね。あと、ループしてもお金、盗んだものは持っていけるんだったら、何回もループして、お金集めれば、いろんなもの買えるんかな。今のところ盗み以外の手段が思いつかない。ここは入ったことある？誰？
A new face. Ave, and may Vesta watch over you. I'm Equitia. To what do I owe the pleasure of this visit?
この人誰だろう？
Oh my. I take it people are quite direct where you're from. I suppose it's quite charming in its own way. Usually, however, you wouldn't simply march up to a Vestal priestess and without due formality or courtesy ask, "What is your story?" The proper approach would be to arrange an introduction through a mutual acquaintance in high office, by which time you would already know how to address me. And then you would find a way to satisfy your curiosity rather more indirectly. But to be honest, I've often thought what an unnecessarily formal way to communicate that is. So, let's do it your way. You just keep being yourself and ask whatever you like. It'll be a refreshing change. You really don't know? You are from far away, aren't you? Well, I am one of the priestesses, charged with keeping the sacred flame in Rome's shrine of Vesta burning. I take it you know who Vesta is? Vesta is the mother goddess of hearth and home, and the guardian of the Roman people. Put simply, I tend to the temples, ensure their sanctity is preserved. Why? So that we continue to honor our gods, invite their blessings, and not bring their wrath down upon us, of course. It's vital that we keep them appeased and remain in their good graces. You know, I'm not entirely sure. But what about you? How did you end up here? Karen, you say? And nothing about that name seemed odd to you. Why is that? As you wish, but... I wonder if... No. I apologize. I don't mean to be cryptic. It's just that you've got me
なんかあるんだな。
Have you spoken with any of the others about how they arrived here too? I really think you should. Go around and ask them what they remember.
なんか共通点はありまくりだよね。ちょっともう一回録画を。
Good. Thank you. But please be careful. I just don't want to see what happened to Livia happen to you too. You have? Then what is it? Yes. I understand many of our friends were carried here by a river current. What else? There are definitely some common threads there. But I think we'll need at least a few to ensure we're not just
これじゃ不十分なんだ。
Keep asking people how they wound up here. I don't want us to rush to any conclusions yet. Livia's fate weighs heavily on my mind and dictates we should be sure. Yes, you should ask the others first.
選挙の状況もこれ明白だよね。
By dusk, just the same as any other official business. It'll be between Sentius, the incumbent, and Malleolus, the challenger. Why do you ask? As I said, I'm planning to hold it before dusk, but I suppose I could hold it sooner, if there's a good reason.
まあ早めに終わらせるなきゃいけなさそうな感じがするけど、まだ理由がわからないからな。
All of the male citizens who are willing and able to attend, unless they're running, of course. Well, you're not a citizen yet, so no, I'm afraid not. But if it's any consolation, there are other ways to influence the outcome of an election. By using whatever gifts the gods gave you. Nothing untoward, of course. Certainly.
他の候補の指名ってちょっと気になるな。あ、間違った。
You can, assuming.
とりあえず聞けることはこんなもんかな。個人的な場所です。出て行っていただけませんか。そりゃそうだよね。あんま人んち入ってきてほしくないよね。いいとこですね。綺麗ですね。ここは何のスペースなのかよくわかんないけど。何かな。うわ。盗むの選択肢がある。これ1回のループでいっぱい盗んでいけば、あれ出口どこだ？あ、ここか。いっぱい盗んでいけば効率よく盗めんのかな。なんか書類的なやつないかな。ないか。あ、この人のとこか。
Come back to me.
何をしたらいいんだっけ。どっかに入る方法を探すんだよね。パレス？それを探さなきゃいけないんだけど、ここどこに繋がってるんだろう。ここスタート地点だよね。で、
Cerberus lifts his triple head and lets out his threefold braying.
Livia, would you stop muttering like the deer over a cauldron?
水の流れる場所で泣いている。ここは何なんだろう。あの人の部屋ってことかな。ちょっとやばそうな人。懐中電灯。ここは登れそう。明らかに怪しいな、ここ。登れません。登れるんかなって思ったんだけどな。でもなんかあれなんだろうな。 フラグが立てば登れるのかな。こっちは何？ここへは得れる情報はあんまなさそうな気がするけどな。ボトル。今受けてるクエストは、これは、ファビアはこれ死んじゃったからな。ファビアまたループしないとダメかな、あれは。ファビアを止める方法がないとダメだもんね、あれ。
That's some lamp. What is it? I'm a legionary of the First Italica, but there's not a lot of fighting down here. So the magistrate has assigned me other duties. I act as the magistrate's right-hand man, keeping an eye on his daughters. Daughter, I should say. And the others, and making sure they're all behaving. I also keep a register of new arrivals.
どうやってここに行き
Up north originally. I was doing all right for myself. 12 years into my service. Had a nice girl lined up for when it was all over. Not anymore. She's probably figured I'm long gone and moved on by now. I try not to think about it. My commander sent me to deliver a message to Rome. While I was there, I thought I'd do something nice for my girl.
うん、いい人そうだね。真面目そう。
That's when the crowd started flooding through the streets, shouting fire. People were screaming, trampling each other. Then some genetricum fugitive tried to take advantage of the chaos and pinch my pendant. I remember chasing him through the crowds, down towards the river.
火事ってなんか共通してる人いたよね。
Woke up near here. No idea how I ended up floating so far downriver. But unfortunate to be alive, I suppose. Ah, don't be. As Seneca the Younger said, difficulty strengthens the mind, as labor does the body. That said, Centilla's disappearance has been more difficult than I'd care to admit. He's one of the better commanders I've ever had, that's for sure. Good stoic, lives by Seneca's words. Treat your inferior as you would wish your superior to treat you. Can't ask for much more than that. Not that it's any of your business.
お、この人はセンティウス派だ。
See, Domitius has been going around town, shoring up votes for Malleolus with lies, bribery, and intimidation. The man's a savage, but he's a gladiator, so people fear and respect him more than they should. Sentius knows about it, of course, but he doesn't have the same rat cunning as Malleolus. This place will be different with that sleaze at the helm. But I try not to worry about things I can't change.
なるほどね。
Hey, if you think you can do better, be my guest. But I won't hold my breath. In any case, if you're interested in the election, go and have a chat with Equitia, the Vestal Priestess. She'll be overseeing proceedings.
市民の記録。
I don't see why not. Just make sure I get it back by tomorrow.
あ、これは情報が分かりやすくまとまってそうだぞ。テキストで見ましょう。アウレリアがお酒酒場の人、クラウディアが貴族。場所も書いてあるね。これはすごい助かる。 デキウスが証人。ドミテュちょっと待って、これ何人？ 1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11、12、13、14、15、16、17、18、19、20、21、22、23、24かな。
Of course.
センティラ。
What business is that of yours? A lot of people have been looking for her, but it's been 3 weeks, and we've found nothing.
めっちゃありがたいね、この人。
Makes you think you can do
この人真面目そうだし、いい人だね。
I suppose that's true.
うん、この人なんかね、関係ありそうだよね。
Scintilla was always a kind, well-behaved young woman. I admit, her disappearance really caught me off guard. If anyone knows something, I'd expect it to be Sentia, Malleolus, Claudia, or Domitius. But none of them will tell me anything. You might fare better, though, I suppose. If you're accusing me of a crime, you'd better have something to back it up. You're grasping at straws and it's not going to work. We're done.
Hey Horatius, how's it feel knowing your man's doomed to lose the election today?
If you're trying to goad me into an argument, it won't work. I'm a stoic, remember?
If the old man couldn't even keep his own daughter safe, how can anyone trust him to keep us safe, eh?
Why do I get the feeling you lot had something to do with Scentilla's disappearance?
That's it. Blame everyone but yourself.
If I find out you did something to that poor sweet girl, not even the golden rule is gonna protect you. Got it?
Ha! As if I'd be afraid of you, little man. Malleolus isn't receiving visit. Listen, I don't abduct women. They come to me. And they keep coming back. If you know what I mean.
なんかあるのかな。
Listen, you don't know Sturkus. Yeah? Hey, Caput Murday, just make
100だったらいけるんだ。今100持ってるけどな。持ってるけど他の方法ないんかな。ここも調べたよね、多分。私を見つけて。秘密の祠への行き方。劇場の裏にある洞窟に入る。最初の分かれ道を右に曲がり、次の分かれ道も再び右に曲がる。
Citizen.
あ、この人にも娘さんの話聞いておきますか。
We're finally alone. I must. Look, it's unfortunate. Now, I assume you sought me out again.
まあ自由にしてやってほしいしか、あの人の話進める方法なさそうだな。あ、まあでも。
Sextus Sentius Imperiosus is before I wound up here. My men and I were at the Emporium in Rome. Now the port is usual. They were trying to. The next thing I knew, I went looking.
共通点。
It's a cavalry officer. As magistrate, I usually wear a toga, but today I may need to Very well. You mean Duilius? Releasing him is out of the question, I'm afraid. That man is a liability. Perhaps you're not aware he was caught multiple times. Look, I can see where you're going with this. You think me cruel. It was not so long ago, during the Republic. The law of the 12 table. Here we see to it that he has food, water, a privilege that would be taken away from all of us. The man has no self-discipline. Poor. I will not jeopardize the lives of my people so that one man. Ask then. Good.
今は
Thank you.
得れる情報がそれほどなさそうだな。この人の話は、あ、ちょっと待って。チラ見してきたな。
Oh. Yes.
センティラのことで聞けんのはこの人らぐらいだもんね。ユリア。あっち側の屋敷の人がまだ聞いてない人がいるんだな。
Keep an eye out for Cynthia.
あ、違うか。いや、そうだな。
Oh, it's you. Sorry, I'm still a bit out of it. Was there something you wanted? As much as I'm grateful that you tried to help me, it's just not safe for me to talk about it. Please.
なるほどね。
The golden rule. That's the least of my worries. The gods may be cruel, but Malio, please just leave. Persistent as Nemesis, aren't you?
話長いんだ。
I can tell you, but
簡潔に。そうだね。
if you don't have time to listen to me.
じゃあ聞こ
All right. I'd been here about a week when it dawned on me I'd be trapped here for the rest of my life. I could hardly. So when my new friend Aurelia offered me a secret way out, I would have done anything. And then I learned her asking price. She was supposed to be my friend. I told her, so she suggested I take out a loan from Malleolus. I had to sign an agreement saying I'd work off the debt over 30 years. But I figured I'd be out of here so soon it wouldn't matter. I paid Aurelia, and she gave me her so-called way out. Do you want to know what it was? Hemlock. It's a deadly poison made from a plant. Drink this, she said, and you'll be out of here in no time. Of course, I demanded my money back, but she refused. She pointed to a sign on her tavern saying, "Let the buyer beware." Then she just looked at me with... She immediately told Malleolus I'd tried to escape without paying him back. Only, he didn't seem... In fact, he just thanked her.
And that's when I realized the two of them had planned the whole thing from the beginning. Of course, I went to Sentius and begged for help, but he said the law was clear. I'd signed over my labor for 30 years and there was nothing he could do. I thought about resisting too. But Malleolus said if I didn't submit, I'd break the golden rule. And I couldn't be responsible for all those deaths, so he locked me in his villa. Confiscated everything I owned as collateral, and made me wear immodest, humiliating outfits while I worked day in, day out. His wife Claudia was just as bad. She sent me to work on an endless stream of futile, demeaning tasks. I'd be on my hands and knees, scrubbing the floor clean for hours. Only for her to slop on it and hiss, "You missed a spot." Those two took everything from me. My hemlock. I just wanted it to be over. But it seems I messed. Don't you think I know that? I brought it on myself. I trusted one of the most callous human beings I've ever met, and tried to swindle the other. When I've recovered, I expect their thug Domitius will come for. Only this time, I won't. Honestly, it would have been better if the poison had been allowed. I doubt it. It seems, at least until someone breaks the golden rule. A lot. But it doesn't matter.
Ulpius, 誰だっけ?
He's in exactly the same position as I am. Malleolus and Aurelius set this. He's probably already thrown himself from the bluff. And if so, I'd never be able to live with myself.
ウルピウスも助けないとダメだな。
I
じゃ
doubt
あ
you could make it up to the bluff in time. I don't know who you are or why you.
ウルピウス。マーカーがついてるな。この話を広げるのは投票先が変えてまあでもみんなある程度合意の上でなんか利益があるんじゃない？でもまあひどい人だね、確かに。でもね、まあガチムチは正義っていうからね。あ、そうか、この中に入る方法がいるんだな。登るってコマンドないんかな。ボタンをチェック。割り当て。セカンダリーウェポン。そんなんあんの？登れそうだけど登る方法がない感じかな。お金払っちゃう？でもさっきの鍵とかも持ってるね。僕が間違って盗んじゃったやつ。とりあえず払ってみちゃおうかな。あ、でもダメだ。怒らせちゃってる。なんかわかんないけど。どうしようかな。あそこに行くには、すべてはあなた次第。
Name's Rufius. What?
どうしようかな。止めたいのは山々だけど、止めさせてくれないもんな。あ、ミスった。
You have. What?
あ、よかった。ファビア助けれた。ファビアが助かるルート来た。ファビアには聞きたいことあるんだけどな。いやー、止めないとダメか。なんかな、弓がどうこうみたいな言ってたのこの辺の人らだよね。
Greetings and salutations. This is troubling, is it not? But my young friend Fabia confided in me that she saw someone.
ファビアに聞きたいんだけどな。
Wonder how much one of these statues. I'm afraid some people here. It's terrible. A cold. I've skipped. Thank you, friend. Very well.
弓は欲しいな。ちょっと弓の選択肢。
No need to decide on anything.
まだ諦めなくていい。弓。落書きされてる人のお家はここだっけ。
Salve. Well, Malleolus is talking about loosening some of the restrictions in my vote. Some people say it's I mean, which me and I'm.
飛ばしちゃった。
Then I'll hope the first is to leave. This. Good question. It's best if I say no more, but you wouldn't believe how often there are much worse places to live out your days. But once you get used to the fear... Oh, I just mean I grew up in the Batavi tribe. They weren't nearly as tolerant. Nice to...
Feeling all right? Sure. How did you know that? Yes, she did Do you really want to know? I mean, if somebody poisoned her, then surely they would have broken the golden... Gladly.
なるほどね。自分で飲んだから発動しないっていうのはもう若干気づいてるんだね。
A city without sin might sound good on paper, but whoever dreamt but snakes like Decius will always find absolutely nothing. I wish some people here need proper medical care. Just don't get sick or injured here. I'll do my... That's a shame.
投票してる巫女さんのとこ行こうかな。ここだったよね。違うかったっけ。
And did you... That's true. I know I wasn't entirely sure. What else? Yeah, it's... you mentioned earlier. I see. And... because I've seen her before. There's something I think you should see. I think you'd better follow me to the bar. What? How could you know that? And why? Please, go and stop him and come back to me one...
どうやって止めればいいんだろう、あれ。弓がいりそうなんだけどな。手伝ってくれないかな。手伝ってくれないガチムチさん。ちょっと敵にいるでしょ、俺以外。あの多分お風呂場に浴場にいる人はダメだろうな。言えないだろうな。言えんのかな。あれだって市民じゃないもんね。あ、そうだ。こいつだ。
Then what are you doing here talking to me? Why aren't you out there trying to stop? As magistrate, I hereby declare him an...
Ah.
Any way you can. I don't believe so, no. It's not... So now you're an expert on Roman law, are you? If ever there was a time to dispense with legal...
とりあえず処刑してもいい許可をもらったね。でもなんか別の方法もある気もするけど。でもさっき殺されたからな。仕方ないね。止める手段。なんか武器作ってくれないんかな。くれないか。武器、なんかハンマーでも何でもいいんだけどな。なんかさっき盾置いてる人いなかったっけ、どっか。盾ぐらいあったら弓は防げそうだけどね。文句マシン。そうだね。文句マシンになってたね。まあ、ループすれば、またね、話せるんだろうけど。お金はおとなしく渡せばよかったかな。この部屋だっけ？これ持ってけないの？貸してくれない？なんか手段ありそうだけどな。このハンドルのね、使い方もよくわかんないよね。これでしょ？これじゃないのかな？あと何ができるんだろう。俺まだ話してない人いそうだけどな。あと、草を登る方法が一番知りたいよね。草というか、ツタか。ツタを登れたら、だいぶ話が変わりそうなんだけど。この人やばい人だよね。
What was that? Some kind. Let's just. You. Straight as a. Ha! It's hardly my fault if people misunderstand the terms of a deal. I mean, it does say, let the buyer beware, right? All right.
49 melodies fetch a game with
この人はなんか
incessant-
武器持ってないの？
You think you. It is better for you if you remain ignorant. The blood some. Then
いやー、挑んでもな、丸腰だからな。他に何かできることあるかな。とりあえずあの人止めないとダメっぽかったけど。
Julie, how are you doing today?
あれ
I'm sad. Am I going to die in here?
I don't think so, my friend. It's election day today. Perhaps our new magistrate will be kinder than Sentius and let you out.
I hope so.
この人はじめに第一村人の人かな。
What happens when you die?
You're not going to die anytime soon.
この人いい人そうだよね、今んとこ。なんか企んでなければ。
Very man. Hello. Bye bye.
あれ消えちゃった。そんな。
Hilarious. Like, hilarious? He's nice. I like, if you help make him Magus, Hannibal said it was.
確かにガレリウスの方が良さそうだよね。
Bye bye.
ここはやばい、来ちゃった、間違った。危ない。武器がいるよね。さすがに丸腰じゃ勝てないよね、絶対。さっきの人どこ行ったんだろう。あれに書いてあるかな、メモに。これか。農民の人。農民の人。ガレリウスさん。ガレリウスさんがどこにいるかわかんないんだよな。どこかな。その辺に突っ立ってるのあんま見たことないもんな、ガレリウスさん。ここは多分金持ちんとこだから、貧民のところ、貧民地区って書いてあったし。で農民って言うけど、なんか田んぼとかそういうのなさそうだもんな。どっかあんのかな。今のところ、今の執政官じゃないや、政務官の人もそんな悪い人に見えないけどな。ここ飛び降りれんの？あ、普通に食らう。普通に食らったわ。なんか声がする。ガチョウの卵。これ飛び込んだら普通に終わるよね。 戦い挑むしかないかな、一旦。なんか方法ありそうなんだけどな。いけるようになったらって言うけど、いけるようになる兆しがないんだよな。まあ行ってみるか。他の選択肢選べばね、いけるかもしんないしね。この辺の部屋入ったっけ？入ってない。なんかない武器。この辺の像を投げるとかできないのかな。まあ行ってみるかな。行ってみるしかないか。行きまーす。みんな全然協力してくれないからな、これに関して。
Stop right there. I'm looking for Tiberius.
よし、一番下、嘘を言いますか。
Thank you. For your service to the Empire, I'll let you.
これで安全になりましたね、ここは。あの人がどうするのか知りたいけど。とりあえず、安全にはなったから、あれ人がいなくない？あ、いるにはいるか。BGM が全然収まりません。無力化したの？何の音？あ、なるほど。ここに入ったんだ。安全によかった。とりあえず目のがなんか左右色が違う人は気をつけた方が良さそうって感じ。あ、弓ももらった。デナリウス。ちょっと1円だけだけど、まあもらっとこう。マジで安全になっちゃった。あっけなかったね。めっちゃ心配して、武器先弓手に入れないと絶対ダメなんだろうなと思ってうろうろしてたのに。これでとりあえずあそこには入れるようになったんだ。先ちょっと中チラ見しよう。お風呂。お風呂。綺麗。これがお風呂ですか。すごいね。めちゃくちゃ綺麗だね。いいお風呂じゃないですか。こっちは大浴場的な泳げんのこれ。あ、すごい酸素ゲージ的なやつがある。弓ってどのシーンで使うんだろう。これがテルマエ。そうだね、テルマエだね。あ、間違った。ほら。あ、懐中電灯。酸素ゲージ隠れてる。ね、酸素ゲージあるタイプのゲームとは思わなかったな。普通になんか、まるまるエルダースクロールのシステムは割とそのままありそうな感じがしますね。とりあえずここが安全になって、ここには誰もいないのかな。まあいたら殺されてそうなレベルだもんね、さっきの人。とりあえずさっきのなんかね、いろいろこれでお話が進めるようになったはずだから。いやー、案外あっけなかったな。パン屋さんにいるって言ってた人もいたよね。パン屋さんどこだっけ？パン屋さん。 パン屋さん。あ、いた。
You... An accident? So... I do have a question, though. That's... I don't understand. Oh, I see. I should probably keep my big mouth shut then. I promise, nobody else will ever know what you did. But I know. That was really clever. Thank you. I'm glad you're here. Oh, speaking of which, welcome. I'm Fabia. Sorry I was a bit frantic before. Need anything?
やっとこいつと話せるよ。まずはこいつの生い立ちだけ軽く聞きますか。
I suppose it all started about 8 months ago. I was living in Rome with my family when I got sick. My pa had just arranged a husband for me, a fisherman's son. I was about to meet him for the first time when I came down. I spent the next week in bed. Pa paid priests to make offerings to Asclepius. In the end, they decided I'd do better outside the city. But after about a day in a carriage on the Appian Way, I remember closing my eyes for a bit, and I guess I must have fell asleep. I suppose the driver took off with his fee and left me for dead. Can't say I blame him. Anyway, I went searching for help. Stumbled across the trapdoor temple. Oh yeah, I suppose you're right. Hadn't really thought about it. But the gods are mysterious and powerful. What? You've been here a few moments and you're desperate to get out already? Good people here. My friend Georgius is all... Well, he... I'm just saying that... Oh, I try not to worry about it.
まあこの人は考えなさそうだよね。
Thanks. And I like your teeth. They're so... And I'm sure he'd love to chatter about... He'll be just across the forum in his shop. Terrible shame, that is. Maybe this'll help. Late, the forum's usually dead quiet at that hour, so to be honest, I thought maybe poor old Dooley had got out of his cell and was snooping around. So I put my head out and saw someone in front of Virgil's shop. I couldn't tell who. It was too... I called out to them, but they just turned and ran off with... All I remember is they ran past a lit torch.
金属っぽい反射。
So I suppose it could only be one of 3 people.
だいぶ絞られたね。
I hope that helps. All right. Thanks again for...
で、次あれだね。巫女さんだね。どこかいらっしゃいませんか？あの人も結構なんかうろちょろしてるよね。いらっしゃいません。
No idea.
わからんな。でもあれかな、ずっと怒ってるってこの人がリウマチの人かな。
No idea. Yeah. Can't family. What?
巫女さん、巫女さん、どこだ？この辺いないかな。いや、あの人どこで見たっけな。ここの辺も歩いてた。あれ？
You there? I'm sorry to trouble you, but I couldn't. No idea how you managed to get your hands on it, especially. And before you ask, no, I wouldn't dream of. But I would like to. Tell me, do you have any idea how people here? And here I was thinking I was the only one to figure it out. Supposedly, 1 or 2 of those arrows is enough to turn a fool. Now, of course, that is a travesty. A terrible, horrible. I can't help but think of a tale told by that Greek with the ability to transmute organic matter into gold. One could create it. Use your imagination. Golden animals, insects, trees, and even if we were to split all those riches between the 2 of us. Excellent. So the first question is, now I have a plan, but first, tell me. No problem. Diana is our goddess of the hunt, the moon, and the underworld, depending on who you ask. The one thing priests and poets agree on is that she carried with her a golden bow and a quiver of golden, and it just so happens that there is a shrine of Diana in this very forum. And would you like to guess what she's holding in her? Precisely. I can't tell you how many hours I've spent in that temple staring at it, trying to figure out how to retrieve. Oh, gods, no! No, here's what I propose. You give your bow to me, I cover it in a thin layer of gold leaf. Then you enter the shrine, extinguish the braziers, and under cover of darkness, swap out the fake for the original. But make no mistake, this is a dangerous path, and this, but in my experience, all the best adventures begin with a... Now,
なんかあんまやりたくはないけどな。
because the gods would see you, of course. Hence. So, are you in, partner?
ホラー要素が苦手な場合は断ることができます。やってもいいけどな。あとりあえず引き受けてみますか。見てみたいしね。
Wonderful. Now, if you like, this is a quality weapon. Now, and here we are. Now I've gone and unlocked the Shrine of Diana for you, so as quick as you can, head on inside. It's just at the end of the street on the left. May the gods not watch over you.
どうせループしますしね、なんかあっても。何の音？虫か。蜂の巣？嫌だね、蜂の巣。で、これをどうしろって？鍵がかかってる。マジか。ホラー要素あるらしいけど。あ、これで火を消すんだ。そうだ、消すって言ってたね。で、本物と交換する。あの弓はどうやって、あれだよね。どうやって交換するの？鍵かかっちゃったしな。これで撃つとか？いや、全然違かった。あ、いける。
Do you have the bow? Wonderful. Just go ahead and slide it under the door for me and I'll unlock it for you. And yet you did. And now here we are. With me out here and you in there.
できうす
Give me my bow. No, technically, I never said that. I said if we were to split all those riches between the two of us, infinite wealth is still infinite. It's hardly my fault if you can't tell the difference between a hypothetical and a promise, now is it? Oh, I do love a good loophole. You're just gonna have to take your chances, I'm afraid. The bow, now. And don't even think about giving me the fake one. I'll recognize my own handiwork. I would reconsider my position quickly if I were you. I'm not sure if you noticed, but you're stuck in there with a hornet's nest, and they can be rather aggressive toward intruders. You know, some say it takes 27 hornet stings to kill a man, but I always wondered how anyone could have known that. Let's find out if they were right, shall we?
巣を撃てばいいんかな。いったいったいった。もうどうすればいいんだ。矢を放って大筋肉。ああ、なるほどね。すごい。すごいチュートリアルが始まった感がある。近くにある巻物を見る。これか。
My beloved Galatea, I write this so that one day, when we're finally together, you will understand what I've done and why I had to do it. The others will call me mad or a monster, but I don't care what they think. My beloved Galatea.
いつの日か私たちが結ばれた時、私が何をしてきたのか、なぜそうしなければならなかったのかを分かってもらうために、録画もう一回しましょう。この手紙を書く。他人は私を狂人あるいは怪物と呼ぶが、彼らからはどう思われようと構わない。私が行うことは全てあなたのためだ。初めから整理しよう。ここについて黄金の像から立ち並ぶ回廊を歩いていると、誰かがささやく声が聞こえてきた。まるで金属でできた声帯で力を振り絞って言葉を発しているかのような、空気がきしむような声だ。私はそれを無視してこの町の医師としての仕事に集中しようとしたが、その声はどこにでもついてきた。1週間後、浴場へと向かう回廊で私はまたあれを聞いた。そしてストーラをまとったローマの女性像に自分の心が惹かれていることに気づいた。彼女の顔は苦悩と恐怖で歪み、まるでこちらをまっすぐ見据えているような感じがして、私の心は乱れた。像は横切った時、再びきしむようなささやき声が私の耳に入ってきた。思わず振り返ると、私が移動していたにもかかわらず、彼女は私をまっすぐ見ていたのだ。その時、私はこれが 肖像ではなく黄金に覆われた自由に奪われた女性であることに気づいた。もちろん町の人たちにも話したが、私の試みの結果は再現できなかったので信じてもらえなかった。だがその瞬間からこの場所の恐ろしさを知ることになった。この地の肖像は人間が生きたまま固められたものだったのだ。ああ、愛する人よ。その日、私の心は壊れてしまった。なるほど。この矢便利。突然武器を手にしてしまった。登り方のアニメーションがちょっと雑いぞ。でここから向こうに行けるのか行けないのか。あ、なんかあるな。ジャンプしてみるか。で、ここもあれするんだね。弓。すごい、これでいけるとこだいぶ広がった感ある。ここどこだろう。宮殿に入る方法。ついに着いたんだ。誰かな。びっくりした。ゾッとしたね。ちょっとこれどうしたらいいの？通り抜けますか？2人になってる。もう一人来た。出れない。出れません。ちょっとどいてください。痛い。ちょっとどいてください。あの矢で倒せんのか。あ、やられちゃった。ごめんね。ちょっと前回のセーブってこれ自動セーブじゃないの？あ、大丈夫だ。ちょっと矢を次使ってみますか。マジでびっくりした。びっくりからのシュール。一人だったらいいけどね。ちょっと使ってみます。オッケー、とりあえず矢で殺せんのは殺せるんだな。矢はあります？まさかの戦闘シーンがあると思わなかったな。あ、これ近くまで来てからちょっと待ってくれるから、近く来てから撃ってあげたらいいよね。あ、まだ？嘘。矢が欲しいですわ。 こは大丈夫なんだな。こっちよってどっちよ？こっちよどっちよ？どこかな？さっき上に人いたよね。これは飽きません。あと弓キャンセルしたいんですけど B じゃジャンプしちゃうなあ。十字キーでキャンセルできた。あ、ここでいいの？ちょっと待って。ちょっと待って待って待って待って。これ矢構えてないと矢構えてないとこれ積むな。結構難易度高い。あ、矢がこっからね。お金持ってるやん。ちょっと待って、俺ももうちょいお金欲しい。お金持ってる人いない？シュールだよね。あ、矢がある。ありがとね。で、ここの下を。矢がこれからもうちょいいるか。敵の数がいきなり本当にね、ちょっと痛いよ。初めはちょっとビクッとしたけどこの程度のホラー要素でよかった。ヘッドショット。上行くのかな？かわいそう。ギーク。アイテム的な。すごい、この人太い。この人太いですね。何で A ボタン出てたんだろう。あ、お金持ってたのね。お金結構落ちてるやん。ちゃんと調べた方がいいかもね、ここ。矢もいっぱいある。すごい、ここは盗み放題だからありがたいね。他にはないかな。あ、ミスった。あれな、すぐ塞がないとダメだったな。金は取った後。いや、まだか。矢をゲット。この辺にはあったよね、お金。あったあった。狙いにくいな。 え、ダメ？そうすると、あそこに人が集まってきて、こうできるってことか。あとは、おう、矢がいっぱい。宮殿の扉の鍵。もらいましょう。あと、日記。黄金の像について恐ろしい真実を知った私はまるで悪夢の中にいるように街を迷った。金にその身を覆われながらも命を奪われるわけでもなく生かされて続けている哀れな者たちの人生とは一体どのようなものなのだろうか。自分しかいない奈落に封じ込められ、まともな心では理解できないほど苦しい、永遠の苦しみを強いられているのだろう。私は彼らにわずかだが持ち得る限りの慈悲を注いだ。彼らに話しかけ、いつもそばにいた。私は彼らの過去の身の上を想像し、一人一人に名前を与え、この世界についての知識や、私が子供の頃に習った歴史や物語を話して聞かせた。他の者たちが私の活動に疑問の目を向け始めると、私は彼らと距離を置き、自分を苛む罪の意識と一人で向き合った。打ち捨てられた宮殿に入る道を見つけた私は、そこのホールを歩き回って日々を過ごし、そこに佇む物言わぬ者たちに古代の物語を語って聞かせた。私の心はアポロとダフネ、ベルセウスとメデューサ、そして何よりピグマリオンとカラディアの物語の持つ魅力に引きつけられていったのだかなちょっと文字かぶって見えないな。自分の彫った美しい肖像に恋を、あ、下なんかはみ出ちゃってるな。Y でテキスト、こっちで見よう。あ、やがて彼らを愛するガラディア像は命をもって動き始めたのだ。ガラディア、私はその時あなたのささやきを聞いた。どうか許してほしい。もちろんそれがあなたの本当の名ではないのは知っている。私が勝手に物語の中から取ったものに過ぎないのだから。しかし私はその声の方を振り向くと、それまで見たこともない極上の美しい女性がいた。そしてその顔には悲しみが決して解けない氷のように張り付いていた。私たちが出会ったことで新しい目的ができた。それはあなたを黄金の牢獄から解放し、いつかあなたの口からささやきではなく本当の名前を聞くこと。それから私はこれからの長く厳しい作業に備えて道具を集め、この場所の扉を塞ぎ仕事に取り掛かった。なるほど。なるほどなんかな。拷問台。とりあえず行きますか。上にいたもんね、さっき誰か。ボス戦かなっていうぐらいの雰囲気してますけどね。誰かお金は、ちなみに誰か現金は持っていらっしゃらないかな。現金は持っていらっしゃらない。矢が刺さってる。ドン。あ、ここも止めれたの？やらかしたー。 矢がないよ。あ、でもここにあるな。助かる。あれ、落ちちゃったよ。あ、ここも矢あるやん。助かる。ここはさすがに懐中電灯に切り替えようか。暗いもんね。こっち行って。あ、危ねえ。ちょっと待って待って。オッケー。弓は結構あるけれど、ここかな。あ、外した。狙いにくい。あの人はもう放置でいい。あの人はもう一番の悲惨な状況になってません？生き地獄。動けません。動けるのに動けない。もう一人の方は、もう一人の方どっか行ったの？まあいっか、降りよう。降りちゃおう。オッケー。かわいそうに浄化されることもなくね。あっちどうすればいけるんだろうな。あ、いた。ここ来る必要なかった？こっちか。いや、そんなこともない。指あった。いきなりなんかラストダンジョンみたいな戦闘になってるよね。これ何なんだろう。なるほど。 普通に来るやん。なんか拾えそうなやつないかな。こんにちは。日記いろんなとこ置いてるね。固く縛られた黄金の牢獄から彼らの魂を解き放とうとする私の試みは順調だったとは言い難い。私が最初に犯した罪はイオダマと名付けたギリシャ人女性に対するものだ。その名はメデューサによって石に変えられたというアテナイの女性から取った。彼女の体を包む黄金の層には合金と思われるほど硬く、それを道具を使って1、2センチ掘り続けてみると、そこには生きた肉体の組織が見えた。残念なことにかぶさった菌は彼女の皮膚と癒着していた。筋を取り除くと、その下の腱や筋肉があらわとなり、大きな苦痛を彼女にもたらすようだった。当初このような痛みを与えることで黄金律に触れるのではと躊躇したが、どうやらそうではなかった。この哀れな魂たちを閉じ込めた神は、彼らの苦痛に対しての意にも介さないような。彼らは見捨てられていた。それでもひるまず、私は休まず夜更けまで作業を続け、彼女の体を包んでいた黄金の層は可能な限り丁寧に取り除いていった。ついに私は彼女の体の大部分の金属を取り去ることに成功した。だが彼女は縛っていた枷を外した瞬間、私が得たのはありがとうの言葉ではなかった。彼女が最初に取った行動はいきなり私の首に手を伸ばし、その鋭い金属の爪を私の喉に突き立てたのだ。なぜイオダマがここまで凶暴化したのかはわからない。ともかくこれでもう実験どころではない。私はやむなく彼女を宮殿の別棟に隔離し、厳重に扉を塞いだ。その後他の黄金像を相手に私が作業している間にもイオダマが激しく扉を叩き、あちこち体をぶつける音が絶え間なく聞こえた。残念なことにこの後私が手掛けたどの実験でも得られた結果は同じだった。何度も作業場所を移し、最終的に宮殿の中で安全に作業できる場所はほぼなくなってしまった。あなたの苦しみを思うと心が痛む。でも今はまだあなたを黄金から解放するには危険が伴う。あなたの心と体、人間性を完璧な状態で取り戻す方法を私が完成させるまでは、私はあなたに約束しよう。いつの日か私たちが結ばれる。たとえそのためにこの神々に見放された場所にある全ての像を解放しなければならないとしても。なるほど。まあ狂っていそうとは思ってたけど、まあ狂ってたね。お、いよいよ結構近づいてそうかと思ったんですけど、痛いよ。オッケー。もうゾンビだもんね、あれ。うわー、失敗した感ある。オッケー、これ結構ちゃんとさ、上半身に当てないと反応しないからむずいよね。あ、ここ瓶があったのね。意外と AI もしっかりしてるんだね。ああ。せめてというか、シューティングがメインのゲームじゃないんだったら、オートエイムもうちょいあってくれた方が遊びやすい気がするぞ。結構ちゃんと狙わないと。うわー、グロいかもしれない。グロいかもしれないものがあるぞ。あんまり画面には映さないでおきましょうね。 十分映しましたけど、この辺グロいなあ。確かにこれホラーゲーム苦手な人は、あれ、そこに瓶があるってことは誰かあれ、関係がありませんでした。骸骨さんがね、いっぱいいますね。ちょっと苦手な人はまずいかもね。こんにちは。ロロ後ろってことかな。あ、やっぱそうだな。怖っ。
And you must be the wretched snake who broke into my palace and disturbed my experiments. And worst of all, look at what you made me do to her. This never would have happened if you just stayed away. You're going to pay for that. And you think I care about that? I don't care what happens to me, as long as you get what you deserve. Liar! I locked and barred the gate. I left a message warning you all to leave me alone. I just wanted to do my experiments in peace for her. And now look at her. You made me turn the most beautiful woman I've ever seen into this. Look at her. She's in agony. All I wanted was to spend my last moments with her, to see her beautiful face, to hear her speak freely, instead of in those cryptic whispers. But as soon as I began my work, she stopped whispering to me. And now I discover she started whispering to you instead. What's so special about you? What do you mean, the same voice? Yes. I remember when they used to whisper to me. They did sound similar. I just thought it was because all voices sound the same when they whisper. But now that I think about it, they were all benevolent and seemed to share a common knowledge. But if these bodies are mere conduits for that one voice, then this body is nobody. And everything I've done here was... Wait, I see what you're doing. You're trying to steal her away from me. Were you planning to wait until I'd done all the hard work, then swoop in? Is that it? Liar! You tried to steal her away from me, and now look what you made me do. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't peel you too. What? What are you talking about? Wait. So you're saying you weren't coming for us? So I did all this. I ruined her. For nothing. What have I done? Oh God, I feel sick. I can't bear the thought of her being like this.
この人もなんかかわいそうだけどね。
It's the air coming into contact with her flesh. It's agonizing for them. But the only way to fix it will be to break the golden rule and let it run its course. At least that way she'd be golden again, and we'd be together. All it would take is one little cut. It's too late. There's nothing you can do. I have to do this. I'm sorry. What? How? sure I believe you. But if you can undo this mess, I'll tell you what you need to know. If you're lying,
確かに。
break the golden rule and kill you and everyone else in this city. Understood?
一応ね、それでもこれ撃てばいいのかな。
You did it. You took away her pain. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Thank you. I swear I will never harm her again. I swear it. I'll stay here to keep her company. But these poor souls, what can be done for them? I've tried everything I can. I fear the only one capable of releasing them properly is whichever god doomed them in the first place. In any case, I must honor our bargain. The treatment for rheumatism is willow bark. I believe there's a pot of it already in the shrine of Apollo. Now, please leave. The door here leads out onto the palace balcony. You should be able to make your way down from there. Go, and never return.
話しかけられないな。まあなんかお金は取っちゃったけど、この家の。一応このクエストに関しては
Are you still here?
グッドエンドっぽい感じですよね。どっかから出れるって言ってたよね。ここ通るとロード挟まるな。昔のパソコンゲームっぽいな。あ、到着しました。あ、これでジップラインでも滑れるし、ここにも道を作れるのかな。ジップライン受け取ってなかったらあれで行けってことなのかもしれない。まあいいか、道作っとこう。あ、いた。いったー。まあ無事帰ってこれましたね。しかも強力な武器を手に入れましたよ。まあ武器持ち歩いてるとちょっとやばいと思うんで一回しまって、見つけたけどね。私を見つけてってでどうすればいいんだっけ。あ、治療の方法分かったからお医者さんの方行けばいいのかな。この人は何かあったっけ。あ、そうだ、この人探してたんだ、一番初め。あまり距離空けてないけどね。結構走るね。先に行っちゃおう。あれ、そっち？ああ、水には浸からない派？いや、無事にね、あそこ抜けれてよかったな。結構奥まで行きたがるね。水の中から離せるかな。むずいな。離せそう。むずい。 普通に出ちゃうか。あ、出てた。お空で走っちゃいけません。本当そうだね。危ないよね。でもプールとかでさ、結構こけないようにこけないようにというか滑らないようにザラザラになってんの、あれちょっと足痛いよね。
The name you heard wasn't Karen. It was Charon, as in Charon, the ferryman of the dead.
怖い。
Charon, who in exchange for the right coin helps the souls of the newly deceased cross the Styx, the river that separates the land of the living from the land of the dead.
When I dragged you out of the river, I thought you were never gonna wake up. I checked your pockets for ID, but all I found was some loose change. Feels like I've spent my whole life in a dead-end job with an endless commute. Sorry if I sounded cagey, it's just that I don't always get the best reactions when I introduce myself. My name's Karen.
I'm so sorry, my friend. I'm so sorry. I take it you know what this means.
どういう意味なの？
I'm afraid so.
ああ、なるほどね。
It's all starting to make sense. All these people whose last memory was running from the fires toward the river. It seems none of them escaped with their lives after all. Perhaps we should be grateful they don't remember their final moments. It also tells us that the Golden Rule is the work of Pluto, the god of the underworld, and why his epithet has always been Father of Riches. I know it's a lot to take in, and you look as if you have questions, so I'll try to answer them if I can. That was my first thought too. In the old stories, the underworld was where the souls of the deceased
死んでる可能性大なの？
possible for the living to reach it without dying if they were particularly fearless. So I'm afraid I don't know. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting you're not from here. If you were Roman or even Greek, you would know these stories. Each of them is slightly different, whether the storyteller was Plato, Homer, Virgil, or Ovid. But they always involved the souls of the dead meeting a grim ferryman named Charon on the bank of a river. It was said that he
カロンってそういう意味だったんだね。マリオの骨のやつだよね。
That's why it was once our custom to bury our loved ones with a coin in their mouths. Charon's obol, we called it. Of course, an obol was a kind of Greek coin, because we inherited this knowledge from the Greeks. To be fair, the ferryman isn't exactly as the poets described, and he, she, they seem to appear to different people in different guises. You say you saw a young woman named Karen with a hood, and I once heard Kabash mention a stranger in a ram headdress named Kerti. And Rufius described meeting a stranger named Kumut Tabal wearing an eagle headdress. But whatever form this stranger took, they were always wearing a hood of some sort.
K で、俺も K で始まるよ。
Began with a K sound. I suspect the only way you'll solve this riddle is if your paths cross again. Good question. Let's see. In the stories, Charon would always require a coin as payment for passage across the river. But that never made any sense to me. What does an ancient immortal being need with coins? In our case, it seems Charon didn't take the coins we had. He or she merely checked we had one in our possession. So, maybe there's something special about the coins each of us had on us. That might explain why we wound up here, but so many others did not. No. I mean, I had my suspicions, especially after Livia's ramblings, but I would never have figured it out without your help, I promise you. Now that we know where we are, we have to figure out what to do about it, if we don't want to be cast into gold for eternity. We don't have much to go on, except the old stories. I remember
remember 4 in particular about heroes in the underworld. Hercules, the demigod and son of Jupiter. Orpheus, a Thracian poet. Sisyphus, a king of Ephyra. And Aeneas, a Trojan hero. Hercules was able to leave the underworld because he cowed its god with his strength. Sisyphus and Orpheus both relied on their wits instead. They persuaded the goddess of the underworld, Proserpina, to help them escape. And finally, Aeneas was able to escape with the help of a spirit guide, who led him through a secret gate. So it seems you have 2 options: to confront the god of the underworld head-on, or find a way to escape with the help of Proserpina or some other guide.
あ、まあ確かにこれはそうだね。
But the problem is, this place is fairly well designed to keep us here. There's no way to climb up the shaft. And even if you could build a ladder big enough, just trying it would break the golden rule. We know that, thanks to the writings left behind by those who've tried. All Romans try to avoid saying it, and the reason is quite simple. He might hear us. You may refer to him as Pluto, if you wish, but you'll only be calling attention to yourself. Do so at your own peril. Shh! Is everyone so blunt where you're from? Oh. That option would be the boldest, but also the only way to learn the truth about the Golden Rule, and maybe even put an end to it. As I said, Hercules managed to overpower the god of the underworld, but he was a demigod. Forgive my candor, but you are no Hercules.
Oh.
Are you telling me that you can? I won't pretend to understand exactly what that means, but if that's true, then perhaps you
あ、ってか時間もうこんな時間か。ちょっと一回やめてご飯食べてこようかな。てか一回とか今日はこの会話終わったらやめとこうかな。お話に夢中で時間全然見てなかった。
You'll need to enter the great temple overlooking the city. The problem is, the door has been sealed shut for as long as I've lived here, and there doesn't even seem to be a keyhole. I suspect the answer lies in the desecrated obelisk in front of it. I'm not sure if you noticed, but there are 4 plaques missing from its base. It looks as though somebody, or a series of somebodies, forcibly removed them, and in doing so, dishonored. And if you could recover and replace all 4 of those missing plaques,
オベリスクを集める。ピラミッド状のようなもの。
pyramid-shaped head, you'll find them all over Rome. But of course they were looted from Egypt. However, this one is unusual in that each of that means you'll need to recover 4 different. I'm afraid you're on your own with that one. Good question. To answer that, it would have had the god's name in, and there's only one group of people. There's a cult in Rome that often argue they've been known to start fire. If I were you, but I did hear a rumor I don't know. But perhaps you should begin your. Perhaps Kabash, our Egyptian resident. But I did hear Aurelia is peddling rumors about him at the tavern. As I mentioned, both Orpheus and Sisyphus. The problem is, those are the stories of a poet. First, Proserpina. What we do know about it said, the god of the underworld abducted and dragged her. It is. The god. If the stories are true, I imagine she. The problem is, how do we communicate? Leaving that aside for a moment, there is. Truly. Then again, I suppose you were worried I'd think you were as mad as. Can you tell me more? Fascinating. Perhaps she is a benevolent spirit. If she has indeed been abducted, tell me. That is strange. There are no rivers here. Well, as far as I can tell, water flows. If that's the current she's talking about, then perhaps I vaguely recall wondering what was in there. But you might be able to get a key from the magistrate. Let me know if you find.
うん。とりあえずオベリスクを集めればいいんだね。
As for Livia, it seems she's been shouldering the weight of this terrible secret all this time.
とりあえずリビアと話そうか。
In any case, time may Fortuna guide.
よし、一回セーブして、セーブします。あ、これセーブ複数作れる系なのね。OK。とりあえず一旦ここまでにしようかと思います。結構長かったね。てか結構あれだね。やりすぎちゃった。ご飯食べてきます。すごいね、お話進みましたね。なんか思ったよりノベルゲー色が強いというか、会話がメインで。まあでも面白いですね。興味深いですね。なんかうまく言えませんけど。よし。じゃあ明日もね、多分これ続きやっていくと思うので、また、よろしくお願いいたします。では、見てくださった方ありがとうございました。おつまにです。